Welcome
All
back.
right. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So I did two DTS last. You caught up,
One.
right? Okay, so there's still one more DTS for you to do. And you're just like, I swing my sword so good, and I know that perfect sound that all this information sounds correct.
I don't think I've swung my sword yet, so I guess I'll spin another DTS. Starting to practice the righteous sword in the training room.
There you go.
With all of that sick data that I have so far. Unless there was like a handout that got unveiled.
Matt's still working on that.
Figured.
If you'd like to
Yeah.
make another handout, Matt, I can throw in the flow.
I got that one. It's actually
Okay.
he can find it under martial arts folder,
Okay.
under fighting forms.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool. Martial arts instructions?
No, this martial arts folder and then fighting forms folder.
Let's see, key upgrades, martial arts instructions.
It's down there. There's flowing sword.
Had a rough week.
No prob.
uh, unacceptable.
The kiddos were being kiddos and needed to be an adult and get them sorted for a minute. And I apologize for being late.
You had to be an adult.
Yeah.
What? On a Saturday morning, no less?
I don't know how adult it was because I gave small children candy because they were complaining that they didn't have candy, and I did. It wasn't. It didn't quite go down like how that made it sound, but it was. Yeah. Also, they are my kids. This isn't like a random park.
Suppose. Oh, I guess. Oh,
I got to be a dad for a minute.
Mm.
Anywho,
Mhm.
has anything happened yet? Or I apologize.
Not
Hanging.
quite.
We've been hanging out.
Yeah. You were allowed to deliver sweet justice. Emphasis on the sweet.
I don't know how their mother is going to react to me giving them candy while. But, she's away right now, and I'm just like, all right, well, I have candy.
Uh,
Here you go.
We will come to it when we get there.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, let's see. We got our sanctuary done.
Hmm.
We're training for a month. Or we're training for 6 months, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Excited strike, as far as I have it.
All right. Come back, y'all.
Each 7 DOS. You get a devastating.
Nice.
Shouldn't it be stunning? Hold on. I think I might have mistyped that one. Give me a moment.
Devastating.
I knew there was going to be an error.
I'll take stunning, though, because I already
Oh, no,
applied
absolutely
devastating.
stunning does staggering. That's correct. Oh, yeah. Mountain cleaving strike. Yeah, that's correct. No, it was not an
Okay.
error. Yeah.
Oh, the absolutely stunning.
Hmm. Yeah. There's not a lot of defense in the heavy sword.
There's a lot of armor.
There is not a lot of armor at all.
Yeah. I figured that was the combos. Oh yeah, really, really heavy sword, but just wear a lot of armor.
Oh, wear a lot of armor, yeah. Yes, wearing armor. Important.
Yes, yes. Or just don't worry about it. Just swing your sword. Heavily. If the enemy is dead, then you don't have to worry about defense. And my sword would be less heavy if I have to wear armor and worry about carrying that too.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll practice the heavy sword for a DTS.
Mhm.
How about swinging my sword? I'll end up doing that for each of the forms. One success. Oh, wrong direction. One was over 69,
Nice.
which I will re-roll. There we
Nice.
go. Successful. All 7 of them. Swinging my sword heavily. Successful.
Mm-hmm. Has a lot of destructive power.
Sure enough. I'm guessing practicing it for the first DTS, I'm not gaining any sort of research here because I guess it's because I'm trying to figure out each of the forms, and then I'm going to be using movement mechanics to try to be able to move between them without as much of the downside that the sword effigy within the vault was saying you get from practicing all of them and messing it up. But if I can move between the forms without tripping myself up, then I can utilize each of these,
Okay.
is what I figure.
The heavy sword is particularly aggressive, and you feel that there's quite a few openings in the heavy sword.
Okay.
But the main feature that you have in having those openings is that you're strong enough to, when somebody attacks you, you just attack them back.
Yep,
You
you
still
just
get
finish your
hit.
swing and hit them.
Yeah, you just swing and hit them. And that's one of the major features of the heavy sword that most people fear down to their bones, is that if you're going to attack this guy, he's going to hit you.
Especially
You
with
may
normal
hit
swing.
him, but he's going to hit you.
Can I utilize normal swing with this?
Yes, as long as it is a standard half-action attack.
Okay.
If it falls into the standard half-action attack, yes, you can hit this guy with some, or hit whoever with some, frankly, unfair shit.
Okay. Well, that's neat.
Yeah, apologies for my voice. It's I had predicted one of these days it would give out this week.
I do already know flowing sword, so I can move into that. But that's catching up to
Just
Lar here
consider
with
it.
this dust.
Consider having all of them.
Okay.
You can train and research as if you have all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm caught up now
Confounding
with Lar.
sword is very use a lot
Tricky.
of tricks.
Confounding.
Yeah, use a lot of tricks. The swift sword, very fast, meant to make your opponent bleed.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
Or just one really good one and then you back off.
Okay.
Oh, I will move. Shinderu.
Well,
That
no,
sounds
it's more
like the
like,
sword style for Poe.
yeah. Hey, I cut you. It's merely a flesh wound. Is it? Why is it on fire?
Why is the fire so cold? Oh, I can't feel anything. That's why. I'm gonna take a nap now.
or twist it with gravity. Just poke. You're already dead. What do you mean? Gets just into a chest cavity, becomes a mini black hole.
Oh my gosh.
How is that poison? Well, I would explain, or I could do it to you. Okay, it's poison.
Poison it is.
I'm gonna poison your gravity. Look, he's flying off into space. Goodbye.
There was
Well,
a
you'll become truly nasty when you can like poison people's foundations and such in their martial
With his
arts.
poison, yes. You can, if you hit them hard enough, especially if we get far enough into the game, if you take a specific type of injury, you'll take an internal wound. and that hits your foundation, cuts your fighting capability.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah. Gonna be spicy, to say the least. As for your research, there are certain styles that are really, really hard to swap into. The confounding and the heavy style stand out as the major culprits. The
Okay.
righteous sword is just the most balanced. It's like a true, well-rounded fighting style. It emphasizes both attack and defense in equal proportions.
Okay.
So something really reliable, but nothing shockingly interesting. Let's see. The righteous sword is able to flow into any of the others, or you can flow into the righteous sword, which seems pretty okay.
Did somebody say flow?
Yeah.
Can I put Cascade on it?
So your initial research is if you use the righteous sword as a bridge to and from the two troublemaker fighting forms, which are the confounding and heavy. It's not as hard.
Okay.
The swift and the flowing, they work pretty okay together. Until you have to do a change of pace. Because the flowing sword is, you kind of flow and adapt to the fight around you. And unfortunately, it just, that immediate need to strike like a viper easily messes with the flow.
Okay.
It does force your body to twist and move in a superhuman manner, which can easily contort and break parts of you.
It's fine. I'll just utilize nature magic to change how my bones work for that moment.
You might need to.
Okay. So, work with broken bones or work around that?
I feel like there is something that you could practice. There's definitely something here with all of these at your fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
There's definitely a form you could probably practice. Maybe like a rotation. Like if you follow a set pattern of specific abilities, you can flow between all of them. It's just the full flow, like full creative freedom to pick any of these at any time.
It's not there at the moment.
It's not there at the moment, especially with some of the sword techniques that have a certain passive effect when certain criteria are met. So if you have like X or more DOS, you then get to add extra damage, or you get to add an effect. Those don't stack very well.
Okay. That makes sense. But I'll continue training to try to, I guess, combine all of them here and be able to utilize the passive effects.
Yeah, your waveform sword is what you're training with, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it has advice. Each one of these is a resonance. They have
It
their
also
own.
has Taiji in it, though.
Mm-hmm. They each consider them each their own resonance, and
Mhm.
and if you do so, you know waveforms pretty well.
Yep.
You know, certain ones are pretty disharmonious with others, and they don't work very well. This is the case for the fighting forms. They're distinct enough that if you had followed remember the sword guy, the sword guardian.
Mhm.
He was talking about these are the remaining orthodox sword forms that have survived a long time.
Yep.
Well, they survive because they are good enough on their own, and they're distinct from the others.
Otherwise, it
So
would have gotten absorbed by the other.
or discarded. And the orthodox factions have this really weird faux pas about using another group's style or form.
Okay.
So it's due to the social, cultural stigma around theft. Each one of these are kind of part of a different foundation for specific sword clans. So if you were to join that clan, whichever one of the fighting forms they have, that's what you get to learn, and that's the only thing you get to learn. Because it then flows into their techniques and styles.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of sword clans, sword styles are actually built off of the base founding fighting form. So some of the more advanced clans can actually use the base strikes and improve them. So
Okay.
because eventually the base fighting form strikes, they're not as powerful as like strikes using ki or qigong or techniques that are imbued with sword energy, or huge complicated styles where you're like, I swing my blade and a lightning dragon flows out and strikes you. Well, those are pretty good in comparison to the base stuff, but it doesn't make them any less dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
So their distinctness is what makes them unable to cooperate. All right, we got some tea. Hopefully we can
Fix your voice a bit.
Yeah, fix my voice a bit.
Cool. Well, it is Lara's turn to do stuff. I'm caught up. Is Poe caught up?
That's a good question.
Poe, what do you remember doing last?
I remember finishing the sanctuary. I believe I was going to try and make the nest my own, or like I'd incubate the nest and study the nest and see what I can learn from the bugs, because the information that is known is lackluster in of just like, hey, it's interesting that this is so hard for other people to find. I want to tackle it.
Sure. You can take a peek at that.
All right. And I remember talking to my pen pal and saying that, like, I don't even think he could fully understand what the hive had done, but he based the poisonless style on this and another beetle type that ate poison, I believe.
Yeah.
It was the hive one that acted like tyrannids.
Yeah. Terraform and then move in.
Do you remember the queen? Not talking about the queen.
I do remember that as well. We got 6 months, and I don't remember if there was a set of books or anything that I've read already, or if I skimmed through everything that Lorekeeper could find about the books on these beetles.
Yep, that was all they could find was that one little itty bitty book.
Understood. Okay. Then, well,
But it also shows you the strength of your vault, that you have any information at all.
I uh, hmm. Where are you? Can I create a starter book in my memory palace? Can I create a book that I then pull out and start writing into, like a blank?
Sure.
Okay. Does that require a -20 willpower test for a blank book?
Of course.
Alrighty.
Do you roll above 100, even with that minus?
With just straight willpower, no. It would be
Oh.
there's a 60% chance of passing.
Okay.
So -20.
That'll do it.
Yeah. I create a blank book and I title it well, I'll title it later, but for now I'll put the name of the beetle on it and other findings.
Okay.
And I guess I research. I think that's what this would be. Yeah, I will go into the terrarium is the proper term of it, and check on them and feed them, I guess.
Have you found a way to get in?
Not without not without Lyran.
Oh,
Okay.
I guess I should
Yeah.
ferry somebody in. You can't quite get in yet, as I'm busy sorting right now.
Gotcha.
Actually, no. I had half a DTS that I could have ferried you back in if you were planning on doing that there. Because I read all the books and then had time for a break. Is that enough time to put Poe back in his cell? Mr. DM?
Mr. DM, what?
Was the time... Oh, sorry. Was the time that I had after reading the books, you said I had time to, like, take a break and a short nap. Would that have instead been enough time to put Poe back in his cell?
Mhm.
Okay. So, yeah, you could have been back in the cell.
Yeah, get back in there.
Alrighty. Then I don't remember the name of these beetles. What is it? Put the notes in there.
You don't? Oh my. Unbelievable. Alright, T, please save me. Down in here.
I tried to call to see if they were there, but they didn't pick up.
Oh. You guys doing okay?
Yeah. Do you remember the name of the bugs that I'm researching?
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, we're good.
I remember they're beetles.
Yes.
The enigmatic poison devouring beetles.
Enigmatic poison devouring beetles.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're a devouring type, but they're also enigmatic
gotcha.
because no one's figured them out. They don't cultivate like all the other devouring types do. They're able to take in and just a huge amount of poison energy and poison ki, poison shi, poison qigong, doesn't matter. If it's poison element, they have an insatiable appetite for it. Where they store that energy, no one knows. What they do with it, no one knows. They do multiply pretty quick, but not on a scale of the energy absorption that they take in.
Alright, typing up things. Okay.
Yeah.
I now have the book for it. Written down, and
Most devouring species, or any entity that uses devouring techniques, they're a devourer. They have to, their whole technique of intaking resources or energy is that of like a sky swallowing beast. Everything of a specific variety, I can eat it. And again, like unimaginable power. But the more I eat, the more powerful I get, the more I have to eat. These little guys, they don't seem to have that particular problem. But they also don't seem to cultivate, so that's probably why their requirements for food doesn't change.
okay.
So that's why they're enigmatic. They're most of it is a question mark. They have some predictable traits, behaviors, attributes. They're pretty helpless against people. So it's not like you can't destroy them. But if they get on you, their ability to pull that resource out of you is pretty lethal. Or it could be life-saving. So a couple of these guys on a poison site, if you've been poisoned in battle from a treacherous, unorthodox practitioner. Yeah, a couple of these beetles could pull the poison out. And they don't have any other interest beyond this particular element. It's not like when the poison's gone out of your body, they go after something else. They just fall off and scuttle away.
My research is going to be letting them get on me and trying to feel if I can move the energy the way that they move it. In a way to where I'm just like, can I keep this poison from them eating it in myself? Like, and I would say using flow, but unless that's not the right way to do it, but to see if I even can with flow.
To get them to
Basically like yank it out of their mouth as they're trying to eat it, to say like, nope.
the moment it has touched their mouth, it is out of your control. It is like an insurmountable force has reached down and ripped it from you, whether you want to or not, kicking and screaming. But you can direct the flow away from their mouths.
Okay.
Like it's like a razor line. Like they have almost no control, and they can kind of barely just direct the flow towards their mouth. But the moment it touches their mouth, it's no longer yours. It's gone. Yeah. Delicious.
Right.
But otherwise, you can use flow to direct it around them.
Okay.
So that they can't. The downside is they will burrow deeper if that's the case.
Ooh. I let them eat. That's fine.
Yum, 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 yum.
I want to. Well, okay. If that could be solved without research, my research I want to do is understanding that pole, and like the moment it touches their mouth, I'm just like, nope, I don't have it. I'm just like, I want that.
Enigmatic, bro. People have been studying these guys for a while, and they too are like, what the shit? What is going on here?
Alrighty. Hmm. I well, and so like in the booklet that I read, there's like a level of they were trying to harness whatever this was too, and it's just like almost feels fruitless.
Figuring out more about these guys, it doesn't feel fruitless. And never view it as fruitless, especially if you haven't done it. Just because these other Yahoos, these entities in the nebulous past, have done their research, doesn't mean you're doomed. And that will be the same going forward. Unless you've tried it and come to the same conclusion or hit the same wall. Don't believe their lies.
Understood. Um,
But for now, your initial test is if they eat it, they eat it. You can't rip it from them. There's a lot of other experiments you can do.
and I remember doing almost every poison or a combination to try and see if I could kill this hive. Now I don't want to, but that
Your
didn't.
poison combination, it doesn't kill them. They're just cannibals. They're like,
just
oh,
cannibals.
that guy's drunk. Let's eat him.
Bars would be a wild, very different experience.
Oh, that was the other part of
Cannibalism.
the name. The enigmatic poison-devouring cannibal beetles.
Gotcha.
Yeah, they are very cannibalistic. If you show any weakness, the swarms you and they eat you. There are a couple beetles that move a little different after drinking from your poison, but they're stable enough that the hive's like, close. They're like, I'm
We'll
fine.
get him another
Fine.
day.
And he kind of hobbles his way back to the den.
Gotcha. I was really bad at spelling the word cannibal.
Mm-hmm. CANNIBAL, I believe. Maybe not. Yeah, they're pretty hungry.
Gotcha.
They do seem to eat a little bit of your flesh and blood, but only when they latch on and burrow.
Gotcha.
But other than that, they just lock on like ticks.
Okay. Hmm. Uh, kind of want to see like, well, and what was it? Tree Buddy doesn't want to eat these things at all.
No. They have such small mass. He doesn't know like how they're able to drink deep from the river of your blood. Like, I'm a tree. I've got big roots. I can absolutely drink a river dry, or a cultivator, because I'm that amazing. But these little guys, I mean, I could, but it doesn't. It's like drinking raindrops.
I find it interesting that one, you are speaking more than just saying "hungy," and that you can well, not just that you can devour that much. I knew you could devour that much, but
Hungry.
always.
Um, as you kind of contemplate over it, you realize he hadn't spoken like that. He
Feeling-
basically did say hungry, but you got all of that information out of one word. It's a Miloism.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a I am Groot, or in other games it's called Miloism. For a kind of a meta thing. There's a character in a lot of my games called Milo, and they have two voice lines. I am Milo, and it's not safe here. That's all they say. But they have huge conversations with people by just saying those two voice lines, just slightly different.
Or exactly the same, and it means different things.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah, you could follow the I am Groot logic. They have a voice line, but they speak volumes. And people who are more accustomed to it and have grown to learn it over time can completely understand every single nuance and every word of what they're saying, even with like sass or snark, just by that one sentence. And you're kind of reaching that. You didn't get the inflection, but you got the gist of what they're saying. And they just said hungry.
Right here. It's always interesting to see the things that you won't eat.
Hungry. Which is him saying it costs more energy to chase the raindrops than it is to eat them.
Alrighty.
So he's better off just letting them do whatever and him not moving at all, because he would lose energy trying to eat these guys.
Okay, that makes even more sense. It's just like, why?
It takes 10 calories for me to move. That guy gives me 1 if I eat him. The math don't add up, Chief.
I'm wondering about the internals of the hive, like the structure, like looking at a whole ant colony. I don't want to disturb it, and I don't want to break it at all, so I'm just like, because I'm wondering if, like, if I'm searching for a source at the end of the day, and discover more of the enigmatic, but...
Yeah.
How to poke the bear and not make it angry.
They don't seem like the angry swarm type. They're more of a there's a threat, and then they hide, which is pretty rare for a bug species. Usually, bugs in the cultivator world, if they're a species that doesn't fight back, especially as a swarm, they usually get easily overrun by other more vicious bugs. This is a very passive group. Their burrow, though, is lined with a lot of regurgitated poison. So if they're able to make it back to their burrow, not really any other bug species can make it in there. Because you can kind of feel that they leave a little bit of what they've eaten on the hive. And if they do it enough times, they can layer it and layer it.
Gotcha.
But if they do this long enough with advanced enough poisons, that nest would be a treasure for poison cultivators. The downside is you'd have to destroy the nest to collect its parts, but they do regurgitate just Just a little. Especially with your poisons and venom, that is a particularly lethal little hive.
Just the way I like it.
Yep.
I want to contact Mini Lorekeeper.
Okay. Mini Lorekeeper. They pull their head out of a pile of books. Yeah.
Master, how does one find the secrets of the enigmatic? I'm not
That
sure.
is an incredible question, Disciple Mine. That's probably your best question you've ever asked so far.
I'm glad to, well, I
There's
hope I made
tiers
you proud.
There's tiers of questions. So what the questions you've been asking me so far are questing questions. You are just starting out. You're trying to get your bearings, trying to figure things out, just the normal status quo of things, right?
Yes.
Yeah, those are questing questions. You can ask all sorts of those, but they're not good questions. Even if they do sound like important, you're just learning the basics. Soon you'll ask enough questions to be kind of a layman's term, a journeyman cultivator. You got enough to figure out all the basics, and you're pretty well established. There's a lot of still stuff out there that you need to get answered, but that's more advanced stuff. You're not at the journeyman's, part yet. There's still a lot of basic information and intermediate level cultivator information you're still getting there. But that question, that is a question of a real cultivator. Someone who's well established, knows, some of the advanced stuff. People come to you to learn. That question. How do you uncover the secrets of the enigmatic? Especially when you're asking someone who deals in, well, secrets aren't not my primary, but recording things are. So, it's expensive is what it is.
Understood.
So, there's only a few objects in the course of history that would have anything notable recorded about this particular species, and that would be the Athenaeum. It's the book that contains every written page ever written.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a living creature, basically. It has to be with that much knowledge. And anything that is written also fills its pages. Its weakness is oral history and, self-kept personalization. I don't know how it interacts with mind palaces, but it might have a weird interaction if your mind palace was exposed. Or if you pulled the knowledge out of your head. But that's one of the objects, but wars have been fought over it. And in the last war that was fought over in Athenaeum, the Athenaeum was destroyed. So, but people determined that it was better to have it destroyed than have everyone's secrets revealed. Because you know how groups are. It has our cultivation techniques, because we wrote it down in a technique book. We can't let anyone have it, because they'll have our techniques. And, people would rather see it destroyed if they can't have it themselves. There is a gleaning ritual that you can do if you have enough cha-ching in the realm of secrets. I could host a gleaning ritual, but the base cost is 10. And then for every additional point of secret you want to spend, you get a question. It might be worth it if they are truly enigmatic, because we won't be able to glean any other information otherwise. The downside is, if you phrase your questions even slightly wrong, the information that you get from asking a question could be woefully uninformative. And that doesn't mean you have to have a question that's hyper specific, that that asks like a paragraph. It could be anything from that to a very short question. So I don't like to do them because it's finicky, but we could. This place would be really good to glean about the sword because the locations also matter. If we ever go back to Bullet Hell Mountain, we could potentially do a gleaning ritual around poison and or whatever the research is up to. But I wouldn't want to irritate that faction, so location matters.
Yeah.
I suppose we could do a gleaning ritual inside your isolation cell, but it requires a bit more space, and I don't know how sensitive they are to being that close to a ritual. Now, those are the cheapo methods. Those are like, I don't want to put in the work. I know.
Okay.
My methodology, because I have many ways to coax secrets out of things, is I take one of my secrets. You have a secret, right?
It's almost always poor, but I believe I have a secret left.
Hmm?
I mean, yes,
Well,
I have 2 points of secrets.
okay. Well, you could leverage one of them. So it's a risky methodology, but you leverage one of the secrets you know, and you keep it. You'll never share it. You can't leverage it against others anymore. Like you internalize it, take it to your grave type of stuff, and then you use that remaining power, that secret, which is now hollow, and you fill it with your desire, your will. And you, over the time and course of interacting with the subject in question, it can fill with your desire to know, to uncover, to think of it as an attracting vessel. It's the thing you want will be attracted to it, and using the secret, it'll coax it out, and then eventually, it fills with the secret that you want.
I think I understand.
It's weird. I'd have to teach you the arts of secrets, which may take a little bit of time because you're going towards the art of poison. But poison has a ton of secrets too. So, I mean, if you want, we can study this. I don't know if it's time efficient with what's coming up, but it's up to you.
Well, I think studying it'll be worth it in the end. Even the time efficiency might be a little wibbly wobbly, but well, I think we can make it work.
Those are potent methods. You could do the scientific method. Perform experiments. Do what mortals do. Set up an elaborate testing set. See if they can chew through glass. See if they can chew through wood. See if they can move around in a maze. See if they're attracted to certain other things. See how far away they can detect it. How much interference can they detect poison through? Do a lot of this stuff. Like,
I can only have so much space in the terrarium, though.
I mean, sure.
I thought I shouldn't take them out. ever.
Well, yeah, you
unless-
leave them in there.
Okay. How do I give them
Well,
a me?
You build one inside,
Okay, I guess it'll be small.
or you build one outside, and then you put it in your spatial ring, and you walk inside, and then you pull it out of the spatial ring. Furnish their terrarium.
What? Okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yep. Alrighty. Okay. Write some down. Detection distance. Use capabilities. Um, Mini stilts. Scientists found that ants count their steps by giving them mini stilts, and because their stride was longer, they lost where the hive was. There's going to be so many cannibal mishaps in these tests, I feel. Wouldn't let them do their own thing to see what would happen, and they ate each other. Combination. What's a combination? Preferences. What attracted to? Okay. Oh, right. Eating capabilities. Okay. I do want to try and learn to coax. That sounds very interesting.
Yeah. They're like, look, you can also just get more secrets. You can also get a profound secret if you are able to peel away the enigmatic veil from beyond these creatures. And a profound secret is like a heavenly treasure. You can't put a price tag on it. You can't conjure it out of smoke. You can't piece it together through a fabrication of a story or bullshit. It's unrivaled. And if you were ever to trade it to somebody, make sure they pay you the sky and the stars for it. Especially if they're a secret keeper. There's a group running around called Secret Keepers. They follow the rule of one. Their master is the current one, and they have to kill their previous master to become the next Secret Keeper. But then they raise a bunch of disciples to see who's going to be the one to take up the mantle next. And if you were to trade that to one of the disciples, you would almost guarantee them to be the next Secret Keeper. And that is a very prestigious position. They're highly respected throughout the path because they know your stuff. The reason why they're particularly terrifying is when you beat their master, you get all of their secrets in addition to yours. The downside is all the other disciples die in the process. So basically, one guy gets everybody's secrets. But that's how they become more powerful. You could either trade that to them for a profound secret of their own, or I don't know, trade it to a bug practitioner.
Mm.
Yeah, no, you can ask for a lot, but peeling back the enigmatic veil that's wrapped around them is no easy task. It may take you centuries.
Good.
It may also take centuries for them to develop to a point where they start to exhibit new behavior because they've matured. Maybe they're multi-staged. Once, like in this current stage, they're enigmatic. And just look at them. You were in that cell, and you have, threat detection, and so does your little passenger, your little tree. Did you react to their existence? They were almost
No.
undetectable, weren't they?
Yeah, I couldn't tell until somebody informed me that they were there. I didn't
Right.
know that they existed.
So they have some sort of stealth capability that's not just, I don't have cultivation, because certain mortals on the path don't have cultivation. You can read them as plain as day. They don't slide off the radar because they have no cultivation. They're just extremely transparent. They're part of the surroundings. These guys fell off your radar or were never on there in the first place. And even when you were aware of them, are they still on your radar? Do you still detect them? Or do you have to concentrate on them?
Concentrating.
Yeah. And you have to be aware that they're there in the first place to concentrate on them. So they have some sort of defense mechanism. Some sort of strange means of not being detectable. That could be part of their enigmatic feature. Maybe what makes them undetectable also hides their cultivation, or what is fancy about them. When they grow older, the hive, and matures, what does that look like? Because the notes that I handed over to you were for infantile hives. They never grew to a huge colony. They never got it to the point where they were producing an additional queen to form a new colony. So you would need almost an insect practitioner's notes on this, because they would focus less on the poison aspect and more on the development of the colony aspect. And if you were able to combine those notes with these notes, you would have a significant advantage to understanding them. Or discover them yourself. But that will take time. And a lot of poison. But you got a lot of poison. In fact, if you cultivate them correctly, you could even help them mitigate some of your devouring necessities in the long term. Because eventually you're going to cultivate to the point where you're going to be hungry all the time. And if you don't meet that requirement, it hurts, right? Well, maybe these guys could take the edge off. Yeah,
Just munch on some bugs.
Well,
Looks
the
like-
bugs would munch on me, I think, to make it
Yeah.
less.
Yeah, my devouring poison dragon that I have formed within my Diantian has roared its head and it hungers for prey. And then you go sit in the terrarium and the bugs swarm you and the dragon's like, no, I don't want to go back to sleep. Ah! Also studying how your devour technique works. Is it because there's a lack of fuel? Or is there a build up of fuel that needs to be expended by coming in contact with additional poisons? How the devouring technique works, because not all devouring techniques are the same. Devouring, everyone gets this wrong, because everyone thinks that it's a consumption based art. That's only a facet of it.
how or why you must consume is just as important as the act itself. Because in certain cases, certain devouring practitioners are like a furnace. You put material in, and you get material out. Or maybe it's an engine. You got to continually put fuel in. But in the process, it refines that fuel and improves the engine. Some cases, it's you have built up a certain amount of volatile energy. It is so volatile, if you let it sit, you will explode. How do you diffuse it? You muddle it. Because it's too pure. The volatility is spiking. So you dump a bunch of stuff in there that it likes, and it muddles the mixture, and now it's stable until it burns through that mixture and becomes volatile again. There's so many different ways. One of the most fascinating techniques I've ever seen is it treats your cultivation like an ocean or an ever-growing body of water. If the water is ever perfectly still, you instantly freeze to death. You must continually disturb the water by ingesting certain things of extreme volatility or violence. In certain cases, it'll make it rain, or you'll throw in something and it'll thrash around and create all sorts of ripples. Some individuals try and build a moon, so it builds tides and at least keeps it going and flowing. But that's a devouring technique. What does yours do?
All right. Well, let's
Oh yeah,
research and find that out.
right. You don't need to have the answer now, but the bugs will be helpful if you are a growing type. Basically, you build up uncontrollable energy. These guys can eat at that. But if you are the bottomless pit type, they will make it worse. Because they'll make you even hungrier, faster. That's why I brought it up in the first place.
Understood.
Yeah.
I can ask my pen pal, the creator of the
You could.
art, see what
I
he.
think even if he says otherwise, I think you might be a growing type. Mostly because of your physique. You have staying power in your blood because it's sap. It doesn't move very fast. You have deposits of poison all throughout your body. It sits on your skin like an oily sheen, like that of a poisoned dart frog. Like nothing in your body moves quickly. So I doubt it'll just be you got to feed the furnace. It could be, but I don't think so. My bet it's on the muddling one, where you have to muddle the mixture.
Alrighty. When you say muddling the mixture, we're growing type, so instead of having fertilizer or something akin to fertilizer, I'm not sure what you mean by muddling.
You're the volatile type. You build up volatility of a pure nature until you muddle it with other substances.
Okay.
You know how you have a clear body, you have a clear lake, and
Sure.
then you kick up the mud and the silt and it becomes muddy?
Yes.
You want it to be muddy. Because if it ever becomes clear, it starts to become unstable and volatile.
Wouldn't a clear, stagnant lake be the least volatile thing, though?
Poor metaphor then. How about this? An explosive acid. By itself, it'll explode. But if you add diffusing agents, it mellows out until it burns through those diffusing agents.
Okay.
The downside is it uses those diffusing agents to make more of itself. So now you have to put in more diffusing agents.
Yes, that's the fuel, or I think I understand it. It's a growing devouring.
Yeah. Now, I could be wrong, but I think because of your physique, it'll lean towards that, even if it's like you have to feed the endless abyss that is your cultivation. Because you're a tree, basically.
Yes,
I don't know. Find out from your pen pal if you have that opportunity, because that would be really helpful.
understood.
That way, we don't have any hanging questions. Because if you're the growing type, these guys are going to be a godsend for you.
And even if he says otherwise, give it a shot as a growing type.
Mostly just because of your physique.
Understood.
Because that's the rule of cultivation. Somebody could have give you like 10 kids an identical technique, and they all have the exact same talent and the exact same ability. They're copies. You give them each a different physique, that technique goes hard left in a hurry for every one of them. Who knows where it goes? That's why certain people have specific cultivation techniques just for that one guy with a unique physique.
Understood. I need to. Well, we haven't started fighting anything yet, but I need to consider specific physique fights.
Physique fights?
With fighting somebody with a specific physique, or finding the specific poisons that I would need to fight
Advanced
special
knowledge.
cases. Yes,
That's not even in the basic or intermediary stuff. That's only things you concern yourself at the height of cultivation.
understood.
Because that is when it really, really, really matters. But at low level cultivation, it gives them a stupidly significant advantage. But it's also just as hard to train that guy. He's the specialist of snowflakes. And it requires something equally as special to train that individual, to cultivate them. Yeah, so just don't worry about it too much. Definitely put that in your book of what you want to learn. Don't forget that. But not now. Priorities, you know?
Understood. I apologize if I am ever a special snowflake that's hard to train.
And the reason why we do it is because it's fun. A lot of cultivators, if you are able to live long enough to train multiple disciples, you get bored with the normal ones, no matter how talented they are. You look at them and you're like, you're going to be like so-and-so, aren't you? I can already see exactly how this is going to go. The only difference is if we're able to access some opportunities, but you're not really anything special. So even if there is, there's going to be some guy who comes along and snatches it from you. And I have 50 more years with you? Fuck. So we start experimenting with you. Well, maybe we can change your fate if we do something extreme. Here, eat this. It is technically woefully irresponsible as a master to do that. But I'm also my own person, and I have shit to do. And I'm taking huge swaths of my time to train you. Especially if you're like not going to be taking over a specific necessity, like an organization or a business or leading an army or some sort of special, attack squad or some sort of function. If I'm just training you and then you just go out into the world and I hardly ever see you again, not a lot of benefit for me. Most people take on disciples because there is we get something. Certain individuals, they're so stuck in their cultivation, they need to train a disciple to advance. They need to teach and give instead of take. I think we talked about this before.
Yes.
You're just too interesting right now. You went from you're really probably going to die at the next strong breeze to I'm a tree. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm a very poisonous tree. That is interesting. Keep going. Don't stop now. I cultivated one of the most advanced poison arts on the path and lived with almost no detriment. You didn't mutate or become disfigured. Maybe because you're a tree. I don't know. Also, the moon came down and bit you like a snake. What?
I'm not entirely sure how that would happen, but yeah, it did.
Okay, so, and you're a protagonist, so you're interesting. Your stories, I feed off of this stuff. I cultivate this stuff. I'm writing your biography right now.
I'm glad that I am that.
I have to take extreme measures with you. You do it yourself, and I sit here going, interesting. I would not have picked that, but somehow it worked.
Just writing down the scientific method, and then there's just a question mark, and then success.
That happened. So, don't worry about that. A lot of your more pressing questions too much. We need to figure out the more priority-based ones. So you definitely seem to want to focus on the bugs. That's okay. Do some normal scientific stuff. You're also really, really, really going to want to train the sword. You should very much focus on training the sword. I have a feeling if you are stuck at the sword at the end of 6 months, it doesn't matter how good you are. I think you're just going to die. Something about this place gives me get good vibes. You know the phrase get good?
Yep, familiar.
Okay, now take that at a cultivator tier.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And then remove all of the brackets from play. Everyone plays in the same bracket pool, no matter the skill level. You know gaming terminology?
Okay, yeah, God fighting the little one. Gotcha.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There is no rank tier, there's no MMR, there's no skill matchup. Everyone fights in the same pool.
Wow. Okay.
That's where I think we're at right now. Now, there is this weird set of niche rules about this place. Everyone has to play by some sort of rule set, which makes it a little more fair, but not really. So we need you to get good.
As good as I can.
As good as you can. I mean, I think generating your first form of sword energy might be the bare bottom. So I would definitely start trying to form sword energy.
I will not ask for a secret, but advice?
Lean on your friends. They have access to some stuff that, frankly, good for them. Damn.
Tenpo gives a thumbs up. Doing that.
Also, decide. Are you a swordsman or a sword scholar? And then hit that hard. If you're a sword scholar, asking questions about the sword and learning all sorts of different stuff, that's not wasting time. That's just being a scholar. If you're a swordsman, brain. Swing that sword. Continue to swing the sword. Swing the sword until your hands fall off. And then put your hands back on. And then be like, stop knocking my hands off, sword. I'm going to continue to swing you. Silly stuff like that. Because that's what a swordsman does. They become obsessed to swing it. The sword scholar becomes obsessed as to why and how to swing the sword.
I think I know.
Okay. I'm going to go dive back in this pile of books. They jump up and they do an actual like swan dive
Yep.
into the pile of books. Spoosh.
I go back. Well, I do the secret knock and plead for Lyron to let me out.
Oh. Nah, you're good in there.
Don't die.
I'll let you out.
I mean, I guess I could in here.
I'll let you out.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And then I meet up with friends. The timeline has been wonky. I have no idea how long that actually took. It was a fairly long discussion. I don't know how long you want to say that is in DTA, DTS.
Call it a DTS.
Sounds good.
And if you want to start some basic experiments, that'll be a DTS as well.
I will hold off on the bugs for now because swordsman gets swordsman-y.
Oh.
I pick up a training sword and start. Well, I will go to the training room. And is Lyron?
Yeah, I'm
Lyron,
doing
have you been training?
sword training. Yep. Sure have. I am
no.
swinging this sword. I've got the waveform sword with me right now, actually.
Nice. I am going to, I guess, be hitting a training dummy for a long time and trying to create sword energy from it.
Okay.
You're swinging it wrong.
Maybe, but I'm learning.
Well, you might be learning wrong, though. So, maybe pick up one of these books here and learn one of the sword forms.
That was one of the things that the person had mentioned, was that there's a poison sword form and a demon sword form, and I have to figure out which one of those I want to.
Maybe
There's
figure
a
that
poison
out
sword
before.
form, but yeah.
One more time, Matt.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead and finish what you're saying, Lyron, and then I'll butt in.
You should probably pick up one of those forms before you practice swinging the sword, so you don't learn the wrong things and have to relearn everything.
Now, do I pick the one where it's semi-good, or do I pick the demon one and suffer?
And you already looked in your vault to see if there was any poison sword techniques, correct?
I believe that the wording of it all, I haven't looked, but I believe that the wording of it all is that I'm so focused on poison that I won't learn the sword properly before poison muddles it. And so I'm avoiding poison sword stuff at this time. Unless there is a poison sword form, in that case I'll talk to Mini Lorekeeper again and just be like, hey, is this going to hamper me? Is this the poisoning of the sword ideal, or...
So I have suggestions for you then. If one, you could do the righteous sword. It seems like something that would allow them to get hit with your poison. Confounding sword, which is almost confusing. But like, that's something you could use to. It's more of like an assassin's tool. or the swift to hit them before and then get them poisoned. Seem like the best options for you.
Yeah, true. On my own, the kind of like the demon one. The suffering sounds like it sucks. The implication sounds like it's very nice. The sounds a little edgy, but I'm just like, it's kind of what he is, but not entirely sure. Fuck it, I'd rather pick up the demon one. I'll
Demon.
suffer. You said like the suffering one, and I go to end other people's suffering.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
That one is further up. You got to learn some
basic.
some basic stuff first. So swinging the sword is absolutely a great place to start.
Gotcha.
You're probably looking at demonic combat fighting forms.
I believe that's what you said it was, and it was like a form of suffering that, like, yeah.
Well, that's the style. That has nothing to do with the forms.
Okay.
The forms are just the absolute most basic ability to swing and move yourself. Everything else is built off of fighting forms.
Okay.
So you were
I love.
told earlier as well that the orthodox and the demonic paths, or even the unorthodox, you can kind of intermingle the fighting forms.
Okay.
So
Then I think the swift path would be beneficial to me. Uh, Hitting somebody very quickly or being able to hit somebody. If I only ever have to hit them once, then doing it fast, I think, is smart. Now I get to train my stuff back because I gave a lot of my attributes up. Yeah, agility's down to 40.
You know how long it would take you to train it, though?
I mean, at this point, not very long, considering if I'm training with Lyron at, like...
Yeah. I don't think it'd take very long at all.
Be pretty quick, I think. Especially because I'm practicing each of the base sword forms right now too.
Um, okay, so the idea is train back up real quick, get back to higher attributes, then do the training sword, or train sword first and then get your attributes back. I believe.
Hmm?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, train first and wait.
Yeah, I think train attributes first, then the sword will just be faster, even though it cuts from sword time. But like,
Oh, do you not have weapon skill yet?
weapon skill was donated. A lot of my attributes were donated, so I'm like half of my stuff is in the 30s and 40s, except for perception, fellowship, and willpower. Even my intelligence is down to 50.
So, does training the sword forms train weapon skill though?
Good question.
I'm
Does
typing.
training? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Does training sword forms train weapon skill?
Only if you have something that allows you to do both.
Okay. That was.
So but I mean, that's what you can build your own talents. You can have a sword effigy do that. Certain predominant swords also do that, but yours just gives progress bonuses. So, like, you have a lot of assets. In fact, if you're able to build just the right permutation, you can have it so that if you do anything related to the sword, it also trains a whole bunch of other stuff.
But that's up to how you guys develop it, and you guys are just starting out. So
Yep. And just
You
training
can
base
do-
attributes might not be worth the resources right now, since we can train those up real fast. Like, so I think retraining up weapon skill is probably a good idea. Or you could learn a sword throwing technique.
Alrighty.
Go with ballistics instead of weapon skill.
Wild, but um. Well, I guess just do some trainings. If I'm going speed, I think agility is going to be important. So let's see. We don't have any masters here.
It's almost at the end of the week, so you have visitors soon.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize that was still a thing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so we go back to trainings. Squirrel speech is at the top. Uh, I have a question on the exact trainings of I've donated my attributes and they have now dropped down to a lower number. Do I still have like to train them back as or do I drop my experience needed or is it still at the experience of as if I had those attributes? As in, yeah, like my next attribute requirement is still at like 9s because I was in the 80s, but I donated so much that now they're in like the 30s and 40s.
Yeah, it goes back down.
Okay.
The donation is
Permanent?
no, well, it is permanent, but it's not. Let's just
Potential
say
that you're donating.
it doesn't get rid of your potential to grow it back.
Okay.
Now, I will at certain points, if you feed these swords enough, there will come a point where I'll say any additional feeding of a certain stat to this particular object will be a permanent potential loss, which means it will reduce your permanent max cap.
Gotcha.
If you have a limit shatter, I will still put a max cap.
Okay.
But it will be. So you guys can feed these swords stats and stats and stats all day until that potential loss comes in.
Gotcha.
So if you went back down to 30s, you absolutely can train them up using the lower end of the spectrum.
Gotcha.
And also, if you're training your sword, the waveform sword gives you huge progress bonuses.
Yep.
So
I think the only thing you should remember, Matt, is that like say we're at 40 weapon skill and we bring it all the way down to 10, we're giving 30, or let's say we're giving 20. So it's going to take a lot less to train up to that 30 again, and then we could continue giving like 20 to the sword. So it would be,
Well, that's why is
yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. You can keep doing that until we hit a point where you would start taking potential loss.
Yeah, which is fine. I just wanted to, I guess, think of that because it would take a lot easier to go from a smaller number than a bigger number. I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Well,
oh, you're saying
yeah.
that we should be. I mean, it makes it harder to train as well if you're at a lower number.
You guys haven't. Well, let's do this then. If you give up stats that are above 100, put it in a different category.
Oh, okay.
So we'll demark it. Every 100s that you have. So if you are at like 250 and you give up 50 strength out of your 250 strength,
yeah,
we'll note that you gave 50 strength
Well, above
of
200.
the 200 or above category, and that'll be way different. But if you oversaturate a sword with inferior stats,
Yeah, like for example, what I was just saying, like the lower ends, because it doesn't take as long to regain that stat.
You'll make a lot weaker sword. Good catch, by the way. I will give you a sword insight.
Oh, thank you.
Because that does matter. I was going to keep that in the back pocket for a while. I'll be like, oh yeah, you could keep feeding it low-end stats, the stats of mortals. And your sword may come in contact with another sword, and this sword's like, yeah, I may have 100 stats, but they were given to me above the 200 mark, which makes it count like 3 times as much. So, yeah, but it does. He did point out that mechanically, it is way easier to train the lower spectrum, pass it over, train it again, pass it over. So
I just got to do it a lot then, because everything on my end, I'm just like, it's all below 200. I'm barely at 80.
Yeah, so I'll make notes of that for our sword cradle notes. So I guess it would just be in the range. For example, I gave it 50 perception, that was above 100, and then I gave it 20 willpower, that was above 200. So I'll make those notes.
And then the stats I gave were above 100, I'm pretty sure, but I'll double check which ones I gave. I gave fellowship, right?
You gave fellowship. You gave fellowship.
Yeah. Everybody else was very generous.
That's okay.
My bad. My fellowship, I gave 20, right? Or 30. Did I give 20 or 30 fellowship?
20.
20? 10 of that was above 100.
Okay.
The other 10 was below 100.
What about you, Shungpo? Did you have any stats above?
Not 100. Like, none of them.
Yeah.
All of mine were below 100, and those were the ones I donated. So those ones, yeah.
I'm just going to negate it by 0, 1, and then 2, just to say, like, hey, it's within this range.
Sounds good.
Sure.
Yeah.
where is it?
I'm more than willing to be something that keeps cycling the low end, but
Well, they
if
don't want to be cycling the low end, I don't think, at all.
okay. I thought that there was there's an exploit that you could cycle the low end, but yeah, the
But then you have mortal
idea,
stats instead of
yeah.
high-end stats.
I hope that, like, what was it? Is there a creation aspect of it to where it's just like, hey, these stats that you put in first can qualify as, like, I don't know, the middle? Because I didn't have an opportunity to give anything higher than mortal stats.
Well, you could train them if you get
Yes.
your limit breaks high enough.
Yes. And okay. I guess it's all good then. Never mind. Alrighty. So for me, training. Was there anything anyone else wanted to do, or are we still catching up on me?
I think
Uh,
you're caught up to us
You're
now.
caught up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. So I will. I know what I'm going to do. What does everyone else want to be doing?
I'm gonna continue training sword stuff and trying to figure out how to utilize all of them. And then I think you were trying to do some energy stuff, Lar.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the. I would like to try and schedule within the same. Like for example, if someone was doing research, uh, like I would go to the library with them and then get that bonus from Montage Hero plus the library bonus to get it most effective, I suppose.
We don't
So
have doors right now, so we get the bonus in the if you're in the sanctuary, we're granting you montage hero bonus.
okay, so I figured since there was a wall here, it wouldn't count.
Oh, there are no doors within.
Okay.
The door is a
the
lie.
library. Yeah.
So as long as it's within, okay, cool. Now the second thing, if you guys are doing montages for training, is it canceled out that I wouldn't get the research montage?
I mean, I feel like it'd be just you have
So
one,
you're
you
in the
have
same
one.
montage.
Just in a different type, because you guys are
Yeah.
doing a training montage.
Yeah, but our sanctuary would provide the bonuses either way. I feel.
Yeah.
Just like it's a montage. We're doing different things, but it's still a montage.
Okay.
Yeah, that happens all the time in montages where you've got people doing very different things that you cut to.
All right. That's fine. I will go to the library, and
Swift
I
sword is up.
will.
Huh?
Swift sword.
So sword?
Nice.
Yep. By the way, Poe, I've made it available just for everyone because you guys will pass these around. So, if you go under the martial arts folder,
Mhm.
and then look all the way down at the bottom, fighting forums. You can read those. You can train one of those.
Okay, so you said in the martial arts folder, Swift Sword. There we go. Okay.
Well, the fighting forums. There's 3. I'm working on
Yes.
the other option.
The final sword.
The righteous sword and the confounding sword. Yeah. But maybe one of those speaks to you. Because a lot of stuff you do, you only need to get in a little bit of damage. You only
Yep.
need to draw blood. So, or maybe you're like, I don't just want to nick you, I want to crush you. And then poison you afterwards. So you know you're beaten not only in the sword, but you're really screwed on the back end.
I hit you with with heavy sword. I'm trying to apply poison, but I also just like to hit you really hard.
Yeah. Whatever speaks to you, man.
Gotcha.
I'm working on the other 2. The righteous sword is a very balanced offense and defense. And the confounding sword is tricky. So if any one of these speaks to you, maybe that's worth pursuing. Who knows?
But yeah,
Um,
first blood is cool because that's kind of the thing you want to do. So
Yeah. If I believe I've mentioned that I was wanting to create a gravity sword at some point. Whether or not that happens, it's more of a question. If I have 2 different swords, can they have 2 different styles that I utilize them with?
Now, we have broken it down. Is it a style, a technique, a form? Because fighting forms are all the way down at the bottom.
Yes, I believe it would be qualified as a form of
You'd be running
one.
into the same problem as Lyron's running into, which is studying multiple forms.
And that's actively a thing I'm trying to solve. If you're not trying to solve for that, then it's going to cause real bad issues.
So to clarify, styles are the like the swift sword is a style, right?
That's a
Nope, that's fighting form.
Form. Yeah.
yeah.
Because in
Forms are
the
different.
wording of them, it says just an intuitive sword style.
Forward, but I'm calling them the fighting forms because
Okay.
anybody
still
can pick
use.
these up. Even a mortal can learn these. You don't
Okay.
have to be a cultivator.
That's why I need
It's
to clarify.
where
Yeah.
it's where you have to use things like stamina, where it's like, okay, that's getting a little
And you can
outside of
still
the
use
mortal
your
realm, but you can still
earthly
do
martial
it
arts,
if you're
right?
a mortal and you use stamina. It's when you get key. That's when you're a real cultivator. Because then you can substitute key instead of stamina, and then you don't tire yourself out.
Helps promote energy flow within your body, which then helps build yourself up. Yeah, all that fun stuff. Okay, I just wanted to clarify because I it was in the wording, and I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
And you can use this with like Passion of the Four Elements still, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because you can use this in addition to the Passion of the Four Elements. Because a lot of this stuff is just checking whether you have enough DOS.
Yeah.
Or if you're doing an attack type, like, you made an attack of the half action variety. Oh, scary. So that's what I'm trying to do with the forms, is make it so that it pairs with techniques. Like your burning BBQ thing. If you're like, haha, I have a thing that does something special when I make a full action attack. How much DOS did you have? Well, I have 30 DOS over my opponent. Oh wait, my fighting form triggers 4 times. This guy's in trouble.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna spend some time. I have 900 DOS left, or not DOS progress.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Research
And you
progress.
get
900.
plus 40 or plus 30 times 2.
Times 4.
I don't think Poe upgraded his research montage.
Sorry, times 3. That's correct. That is the we're in the in between there because that's what it all is normally, right? Times 3.
I
Is your
believe.
research times 3? Okay.
I think it's either ×3 or ×2 is the big thing.
So
Just
times
need
2
to
is
know.
the baseline.
Is it based?
I don't know if you upgraded it.
I don't think I did yet. Hang on. Let me get there.
Oh no, you're right. It is doubled. Oh, I didn't realize you had it doubled and then
Twice.
Yeah, cool. Times
Yeah.
2. Wonderful.
It's
So
been
plus
a decent amount of merit already on Montage Hero
plus
for
60.
training specifically.
What does the library give a bonus again? Is that in the notes? If I double check here.
You guys decided what the library does. If you guys didn't assign a bonus to it, it doesn't do anything yet.
I think we said bonus to research, but we didn't get a numerical bonus for that. 5. Sweet.
Okay, double that.
Well, no,
Unless
you
we
double the
actually do
30.
that.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Double the
Well,
biggest
actually-
base cost.
Yeah, because you're researching energy and the waveform sword gives bonus to that as well.
Yeah, energy. All right.
Which is 30.
So Savalair sets up the gem formation and continues to do the 10 elemental research and going on from there. So I'm going to 65, 66 total. So 9. Go into my journal here. So I had 106, which is 894. 894 divided by 66. So 13 actions. 14. So it's going to 14 DTA.
Yes.
and I'm spending, well, that's 2 DTS.
Not one, but 2?
2 DTS.
Mother of God. Johnny's gone to plaid.
Not as what's after plaid, because that's Casey for sure.
Yeah, I got 1400 progress per.
All right, awesome. So this is what I had for information you were giving me before. Let me copy paste.
Gosh.
We learned that
Yeah.
the 3D shape is double ice cream cone.
Mm-hmm.
Earthly style, twin harmonic, unsympathetic, sympathetic, double inverted, cone reflected.
You need a cultivator name for that.
That is the cultivator name. That's what you gave it.
Oh yeah. But yeah, we said inverted cone instead of double cone. Was the
And then you just kept on adding things to it. That's what I got from it. But
yeah, that's because
yeah,
double cone is stupid.
yeah, I stop at my 1,000 progress. If I remember correctly, I'm getting 6 fatigue from each DTS for the additional DTA to make that 14. So I finish it off in 2. So I'm going to add 6 fatigue. But yeah, 1,000 research progress. Stop here. Hopefully, I learn some things, and I go from there.
Well,
What is it you're trying to learn specifically?
So specifically, the idea of the research was to expand upon the Sava and Deva elements and how they're related to the earthly elements and their symbiotic nature with one another, the harmony they produce, and the opposition of the elements, and how they promote one another. And from that progress, we instead of having it in like the shape I wanted to put, we did the 5 and 5 each with their opposition, and then we put them into a different formula of the 3D shape. And with my eyes, I got to see all the different elements that derived from the 10 base elements, and also how it the opposite of derived, which is what's the opposite of derivative?
Antiderivative.
It's a math form. Oh, what's that called? And going up and down. Pretty much for Gaia.
Integral?
Okay.
Integral.
Well,
yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
I believe it's antiderivative. It's just like you have a derivative and antiderivative, but
Yeah. Anyway,
I could be
so
wrong.
within there, there's the the Gaia, and then also the void aspect as well.
Yeah.
And you also talked about, like, I see some Swiss cheese looking elements that like have some, and then like how they stretch in the polygons and yada yada. So yeah, so I finished that off, and I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the elements within myself of my yang, of my Saba, and um, help me utilize the elements to protect myself internally and for energy control of my yang, I suppose. So the other thing doesn't reach out and grab the energy, or somehow I can better utilize it, something along those lines. That was the idea of the research, I guess.
Okay. Well, first thing you notice is you're entirely made out of unsympathetic elements.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, there's no sympathetic elements in you. Your entire construction is that of a simulacrum. Oddly enough, you do bleed like a person, though.
Mm.
And a lot of the elements you're built out of act like sympathetic elements.
Yeah.
Specifically, anything to do with fire. Somehow Fate Bonds has twisted what shouldn't be twisted, and basically blended or blurred the lines between sympathetic and unsympathetic, or at least the combination of your construction has unsympathetic and unsympathetic permutations that mimic the operation of a sympathetic element. You're still no less of a person. They're just made out of stardust.
Yeah.
You're made out of cosmic material. And they didn't attempt or even utilize it in such a fashion to extract sympathetic aspects out of it. Because you can do that if you're good enough. No, you're entirely made out of unsympathetic. Same thing with the Deva.
Yeah.
They're also same construction. Theirs is a little bit more difficult because they're more closer to the alignment of an unsympathetic simulacrum, a golem.
Yeah.
They're more logically aligned. A lot of it has to do with thermodynamics, turns out.
Right on.
There's a reason you have to be a fated pair. Because without a pair, one of you spirals off into extremes.
Right on.
Turns out, a lot of your yang energy goes somewhere. You can watch it go up the string.
Yeah.
Like a power cord. And it feeds into the Deva, and what it does is it acts as another sympathetic anchor. Because if they lose that anchor, they become robotic. They lose the ability to feel emotion. They lose the ability to, feel in general.
Okay.
But they're still living.
They're
just more inanimate. They don't have that human side. Where you, if you didn't have an outlet, you would become volatile.
Right. I was
prone to aggression, prone to acting without thinking, prone to passion, prone to emotion, prone to rashness. This link, which is frankly startlingly well built, like that is a very sturdy string, and hyper conductive. Whatever core burns out of your chest fuels the both of you, and you produce way too much energy. In fact, I'd say 63% of it goes to the Dava. You keep 40. You keep like 37% for yourself. So, it keeps you cool and keeps them warm.
Yeah, that was the idea. I suppose a question then is I'm asking myself. I've put the wood element into my name, and that's a sympathetic element. Now, the idea here that I want to do for myself is I want to find the research that I can then go and buy one of the positive qualities that would give me the wood element and elemental infusion of wood. And if it doesn't work out for my body, what I was thinking I could do is I could put it into my sword instead. I could buy it for my sword.
You're talking elemental
infusion. Yeah, for wood elements. I was planning to get like all three, light, fire, and wood, to be those three yang elementals. Kind of thing, but if what I'm learning about myself would be more detrimental, then I could put it somewhere else, I suppose.
You have to make that wood element unsympathetic somehow. Maybe petrified wood.
Well, wood of a sword, I suppose, is one way to think about it.
Using grafting it to your name That's okay.
Yeah.
You can feel that you have enough give in your constitution, your physique,
Yeah.
to be able to handle a sympathetic element. Putting it into your body might not go well.
Right. More physical
Um,
vessel compared to spiritual vessel.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
even your spiritual vessel still would be made out of unsympathetic elements based off
So
of your construction, because you're a cosmic entity.
yeah. So is it the cognitive aspect of a name? Is that the kind of
Yeah,
thing there?
it's
Okay.
it's kind of a declaration of self, and you
Yeah.
can wield it as long as you don't lean too heavily on the wood
Right.
aspect.
The idea I had is that wood is a fuel for myself. It's a
Sure.
it's because wood promotes fire in the sense that it uses that to burn and
Yeah, but
uh,
that would be a self-immolating technique if you added wood to yourself.
mhm,
But having wood as an external um, aspect, as
yeah,
long as you can keep it external, um, or find a wood that likes to burn
right,
and then repopulates itself,
yeah,
like a conifer tree or eucalyptus. Eucalyptus loves to burn down because that's how it populates.
mm. That was the idea of my sword too, of finding a way to have it grow and then use that to empower the flame. Um,
Which
uh,
would then make unsympathetic element. Basically, you
yeah,
burn it away and you make ash and carbon.
yeah,
Yeah. There is a build in the making. You can see it. You just
mm,
can't internalize the wood without grafting it inextricably and permanently to the fire element.
yeah,
Which then the fire would prey on the wood element, and you would have the silicon self-immolation. There's a silicon prince out there who is a bird, a phoenix.
mhm.
And what they do is they explode all the time.
Yeah, yeah,
And then they revive. And they're like, wow, I exploded again. Hey, is everyone around? Oh, no, everyone's dust and char and ash and smoldering husks. Oh, my bad. So you know that there's a precedent. Somebody is using Phoenix like powers, but you need a system for that. You need something
yeah.
that not only burns you from the inside out, but also has a release towards bringing yourself back.
Okay.
Or you can keep it external.
So I think I'm going to, from learning this progress from my research, I'm going to up it. I'm going to do 10,000 this time instead of 1,000 for my research progress,
Ooh,
and then we'll
that's up there.
we'll stop after that.
That is up there.
Okay, I've figured myself out what I'm doing next. That's going to be another. So 10,000 slash R. So 66. So 151 divided by 3. Pretty sure that's just 50, right? So 50 DTA. So 50 DTS. On the amount of days. So 16 days. All right. I've set myself up for a good amount of progress. I'm not going to do this all at once, but this is going to be my new research project to do in the sanctuary.
Okay.
For the next one, I'm going to go to the swords, and for my next DTS, I'm going to work on fellowship, and I'm going to just kind of talk to the swords and kind of give them like story time in a sense, and talk to them about all the adventures that the companions have gone through, and kind of tell them about just everything that we've been going through. And I wouldn't really. I guess it's more of like words of encouragement, positivity, and also a way for me to improve my fellowship characteristic, um, or at least to train my fellowship characteristic. That's my plan for my next GTS.
Okay.
That's a day. Who wants to go next?
I believe that I am going for the flowing sword form.
You like flying sword? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
What
I
do you
think it
think
makes
of
sense.
the swift sword?
Swift sword sounded like on its. It sounds like it's very fast and light, but the idea of, especially with poison, um, I would think flowing sword works better with the idea of poison, which is what I currently have, and not a gravity sword. Otherwise, gravity sword, I could see something almost akin to swift or heavy, of just like, yeah, and like I can either hit you with gravity, or I could just, I don't know, slow gravity down and hit you a butt ton of times.
Sure.
But for poison, I like flowing as just a way to where it's just like that, and I'm sturdy enough that I think I can handle flowing, or sturdy enough that like if I get hit and I fail a parry, then I'm not gonna die.
um, so you're saying that these all had like distinct sounds as well, correct? Each of the forms.
Yes, each and every one of them has a distinct sound. The confounding sword has the weirdest sounds. I'm working on that one right now, but the first one is the weakening impact. It has this weird ability to weaken incoming impacts to parry. Sometimes if you parry, it doesn't matter if you parried, you still get cut. This one, it's rather interesting. You can absorb an incoming strike and weaken it so that it doesn't hurt as much. You're able to parry more often, which a lot of it is around parrying. There's a couple dodge in there, but
Okay. The flung sword has a lot of parrying too. Hmm. But if they don't harmonize together, maybe I could make a melody out of the sword techniques, for example. Which would be a rotation, but if I think of it more like sound, I might be able to utilize my DAO a bit more with that as well. I would like to start researching the various sounds of the sword techniques, and I'll put 10,000 on the sound research there for that.
Okay.
Sword form sound.
So we know what the library's bonus does. Is the same minor bonus going to be +5 for the training room, since it's like the same thing?
Okay.
+5 will be the base minor gift bonus.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get the +5 from the library though, because I'll have to be
In the library.
researching the sounds here in the training room, most likely. Does I guess the waveform sword does give the bonus to progress for that anyway. Does using it to listen for the sounds help any more? Like physically wielding it?
It helps you attune to it a lot better
Okay.
because you actually get to hear the movement mechanics behind it, the motions.
Hmm.
Just reading about it doesn't really help, but especially having a sparring partner really helps.
And I guess
then
I
you
can
can-
help out Poe.
You could, yeah.
So I'll just be doing this research with this
Yeah.
for a day. And Poe can choose to join in for whatever portions he wants.
Alrighty.
Ooh, a 1. And
Nice.
hold on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll spend 10 fatigue to reroll 10 of those D100s.
So, clarification. The training, that isn't getting the plus 30 bonus from your sword, right?
I'm doing sword research right now.
That's what I figured you were still doing. Yeah. Okay.
Except I'm doing it in the training hall because I have to be hearing the sounds for what I'm
Mhm.
trying to do here.
Okay.
For sword sounds. And actually, I want to do 20,000 for the sword form sound research. Look. Just to really understand that. So that's 18 successes times. I think that actually succeeds in a day.
Nice.
That's 25,000 progress. And a 1.
Calm down.
No.
Hmm. Damn.
Yeah.
That's a lot of research. It's pretty good.
I rolled a 1 there as well.
Yeah, counts as double progress. Get yourself a D4.
Okay. For weapon skill. Or is this for perception if I'm researching the sound?
Um,
So I'm also
no, it's for
swinging this.
sound.
So perception. Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. So 20,000 progress on sword form sound research, which overflowed. I thought that 20,000 was a good mark to go for, but is big number. That's a day of me doing that, and then I'm going to rest. So I'm a day and a DTS ahead. And I am using the sword forms right now, so Poe can jump in and practice his sword training with me anytime during this day.
Alrighty.
I miss my master. I don't have any extra bonuses for training for fellowship, so I'm just like at +1.
I've got my Walkman,
There you go.
which you can give yourself stacking -10s
Oh yeah.
plus progress with it. I don't know if he can use that, but it's an option maybe. Boom, 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 boom.
That would be an
Boom,
interesting
boom.
living room upgrade where we could put our items in the living room and it kind of shares to the rest of the sanctuary if you're in it.
You
So
can
kinda
make
like,
effigies towards your masters for them to be able to speak through, train through, grant you bonuses through.
Mm.
Like that's what the effigies are for. They're an effigy to something or someone or some idea or concept. You just have a limited number of swords, so
I wanted to have like a meeting with you guys too on possible sword upgrades.
We need to establish sword energy first.
But you did 2 days?
I did 1 day.
Okay. Well, how are you at DTS? Oh, is it the extra
I
progress?
took a
or-
rest.
Oh, you took a rest. Gotcha.
Because I have
Ready?
to use a bunch of fatigue in order to re-roll attacks.
Right.
So I have 1 day of rolls,
1 day.
1 day and a DTS.
1 day and a DTS. Alright. 4. And um
And you can spend
Ooh.
3 fatigue per DTS to get an extra roll.
nice. Then
I don't know how much fatigue you have.
not a lot. It's more than it used to be, but still kind of low.
Only like the low thousands.
Yes. Did we agree that training a sword form trains weapon skill, or
Not unless you have something that specifically does that for you. So you either have to train
alrighty?
weapon skill.
Yeah, I'll get my skills up, or my characteristics up. The one that would the hardest one would be strength. Surprisingly enough, ballistic skill, which used to be my worst stat, is now the best stat that I have of the ones that need to be trained back up.
Nice.
We'll just start with strength. Even though, I'm doing flowing stuff and I'm trying to parry. Weapon skill makes no sense. So yeah, we'll just train weapon skill for a while. The training room provides a bonus, and is Lyran considered a master in this case if I was to try and use Star Pupil?
I have used the sword, or I have learned the sword forms.
Okay.
Am I a master if I have significantly more? I've got 124 weapon skill. I can probably train you in weapon skill.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
no though.
No?
I think like master is like a certain, almost like a title. You know what I mean? Like it's like us.
Yeah, sure.
And I think also a level of bond to where it's just like, no, you see yourself as allies, but not master student. But who knows?
Well, I could also be your trainer and not be your master,
Yeah,
for
which
example.
sounds like not master at all. It just sounds like someone you're getting help from.
Yep.
That's just my take, but Matt's final say on that, obviously.
Typing. What's up?
Yep. We were wondering if I could be considered a master for training weapon skill to Poe.
For Star People.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what we were assuming.
good assumption.
It's more of a title than a. This is the current situation.
Yeah. I'm not certain the number of bonuses that we have in our sanctuary here without any masters or anything like that.
+5
+5.
for training. Yeah. And then you can times that by 4. So +20 progress
20.
to whatever you're doing, whatever characteristic for the role.
Oh, +20. Okay. Alrighty.
And then a base 1. Don't forget base 1 progress.
Okay, so +20, +21 progress.
I'm gonna eat a
Weapon
sandwich.
skill.
I'm fucking hungry.
Is there any we have +5 progress, which turns to +21 progress, but is there any bonus of like a +10 plus to the roll itself? Or is that 0?
You need to go, hey, Blat, before you start talking at me right now, because I am typing, and when I am typing, I assume you guys are just
Understood.
doing stuff in the back, so you need to preface it with, hey, Blat, and I'll poke my head up. So what's
Understood.
up?
So I'm uncertain of I believe I just got the progress bonus sorted, but the actual bonus to a roll with our sanctuary without any
You get one base.
yes.
It's always you get one base, unless specified otherwise. Depends on what your gifts or boons that you've given your rooms. And depending on,
Okay.
yeah. So
Then I believe this is just a +10, and it's just going to be a lot of progress if I get it. That's enough.
okay.
+22 progress to
+30.
30. What?
You're training with the sword right now for your weapon skill.
But your sword only gives research training.
Is it only research? I thought it was also training.
That's what I have written down.
Oh, it's just research? Okay.
Yeah.
Then that is the specific text. Okay,
But we
does
have
not help with that.
multiple. It could be sound, energy, or sword. It could be
Yep.
multiple things.
Okay, so 22. So no +30, +30.
No
No,
+30,
+30.
but you do get ×4 for training for one of your progresses.
Okay, ×4 training. Okay,
And you also get ×2 for one of the bonuses that you get for just to the roll.
So a single bonus variable. So a single +5 gets ×4.
Yep.
And a single other plus value gets ×2.
Yep. So like the training bonus from the room could give a ×4.
Is that how you're reaching really big numbers? You're ×2ing the ×4?
No.
no.
I'm ×4ing a ×10.
You crazy man.
Yeah, the times 10 is
Yeah.
coming from his perfect sound.
Yeah.
Less than 50 or 50 or less.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Damn,
And then that's that final base value, and then ×4 that.
That was 1 DTA, 4 DTS. I can spend 3 fatigue to get 7 at a time. So we'll go ahead and finish this DTS. Flash or 6 D100, and I'll spend the 3 fatigue less than. Right now we're at 44 for weapon skill. 3 successes. Both or all 3 of those grant me 22, so 66. This turns that to a 68. That's. Well, you need to do it 6 more times, which would be 30. That turns that to 36, and that turns that to a 6. That puts me to 50. That one. And then there's 5 out of that 6. This is 6. Then I'm back down to 2. So we're at 56 weapon skill now. Mark 3 fatigue. Perfect. And then I do it again, but now it's 7. And 56, yeah. Also, with a plus 10 modifier on that, so it should be 66. Four more successes, no 100s. Oh, crap. 4, so 88. So that puts that directly at 90 then, if I had 88 plus 2, yeah. That's 90, so I only need 4 more to get that to pop to 7, so 24, 90. Okay. And that puts this to 60. And then, let's see. 9 would be 63. Ah, beautiful. Right at the end of the second day, I'm at 69 weapon skill.
Nice.
Yeah, that puts me at 3 of 7 and right at the edge of 70. Let's keep going and let's see, 3 more fatigue. And now it should be a total of 79. 5, hell yes. Getting a little bit better every time. 5 would be 110. Then one of those, which puts that to 106. Pops this to 70, which makes the next one 8. And then 106 over 8. 13, so full 10. Alright, so 80. 106. That goes to 9. This goes to 80. Okay, I think I've reached the peak of, because I haven't reached gold yet, so I believe my cap is 80 for most of my things, except for thresholds. I might be able to go into 90 by now, but I'm not certain. And thresholds are areas.
So yeah, base is 60 for characteristics, and every limit break adds a plus 10. So whatever ones you have.
60, so 2. If I had a third limit break, then I could reach 90.
Mhm.
And my totals, spirit, might, swiftness, mind's all. Okay. And then the thresholds that actually grant weapon skill. Only one is might. Okay, so according to this, I only have one. I should only have 70 on that one, but okay. It's almost to 2, so I think that might be where there are just some. Anyways, or some source I didn't. I just donated a bunch. Anyways, I believe that I maxed out on my weapon skill at that point. After what was that? 3 days? 1, 2, 3 DTS, so one more. Weapon skill goes up as a parry, but I'll just work on agility next as a way to mitigate that as well. Yep. Okay. 3 more fatigue. Slash R. 60, 100. Less than 50. 5. Yeah, nice. Okay. And again, 120 or 110 added to agility. I've caught up.
Very nice.
Who wants to do something next?
All right, I have confounding sword up.
Nice.
Let me see.
I will change that one. Not impervious. Stalwart.
Oh, they ignore stalwart X?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It changed as I was looking at it.
Guys. Actually. Mm-hmm.
Deal damage.
Yeah, that one's a bit goofy, but it works really well. It is. Go.
Neat.
Yeah. So if you want to be weird, you can.
So Lar wanted to discuss things.
Okay. What's the plan, Lar?
Well, once everyone comes to the living room, we can talk it out.
You could just yell at us from the living room, like a normal functioning family.
Chumpo's just dancing on the table. I get it. There we go.
Cha-cha slide.
Savalair will start making some tea and get down to it. All right, guys. Well, hope training's going well. I think we're actually, I don't know if that's in character or not. I'm not going to say that because Matt, you said earlier someone's going to come tomorrow. Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if I know that or not.
I think you figured that out, though.
Yeah, you figured it out.
Okay.
That there is someone who will make their way over.
Yeah.
You don't have a feeling it's hostile.
Yeah, not like the 6 months one. I knew that was for sure hostile. At least.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we're expecting something tomorrow. Maybe they'll give us some rules of the place or whatnot. But I wanted to talk about the nursery for a sec. I was thinking we should talk about what kind of swords we might want to have, or if people want to allocate swords to themselves, or if they want to make a certain ones.
Well, I think that we should make effigies for each of our masters.
All right, that'd be interesting.
Then we
What
could.
about you? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying. Then we could seek their aid more often. For example, Aethram said that they can only get a 5-minute voice call a week with them for now until I get something that allows me to do it longer, which I would assume means that an effigy for this might extend the period of time that I can speak with one of my masters.
Does that mean it should be one sword effigy for master in a sense, so that it can be multiple usage? So, for example, I want to talk to duality, and then duality gives whatever type of talking. Or if you want to talk to Aethram, or should it be each master per sword? That would kind of use up a lot of our swords, I think.
I think so too. Perhaps we could try and see if something as
Yeah, make
broad as
one.
that would work.
Go from there. Yeah. Master student could be a good effigy name, or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What about you, Poe?
Or talking to our masters, or the effigy name?
What about swords? Do you want to? Do you have any ideas you'd like to use for them, or?
I'm not entirely sure what you mean when you say that.
So we just came up with the idea of having one of the effigies as a master student sword,
Yeah.
right? And which allows us to contact masters. Do you have
Okay.
any other ideas for another individual sword, or would you like to pick one for yourself? Like, for example, I've already kind of chosen one that's connected to me, fated to meet ice, as a sword, because I was thinking more of a sword array type of style for myself. What was your thoughts? Do you have any other
Well,
suggestions?
a personal sword would be to try and do a gravity-esque sword, but I feel like we would need something in the sanctuary to connect to the space station, and even then I can't remove the singularity, which is what I was going to give, but a sword that... It's interesting that you say this student and master sword, because I figured that would be like another sanctuary room. Or the way that you described it sounds like a sanctuary room almost.
No, I think we could just bring the sword inside whatever room we wanted to use them for.
Mm.
Kind of deal.
Mhm.
Also, I feel like you should be able to just add gravity to your poison sword too, if unless you want to have two swords, one poison, one gravity, and dual wielding. I guess that's the question.
Well, in my mind, I was assuming dual wielding. However, I don't know how my poison sword would utilize gravity, or if it would, if it's compatible at all. That's why I was going with dual wielding, because I wasn't sure. A sword that or a sword that we want in here.
Just suggestions.
Um, some sort of sword that finds the unknown. An adventuring sword, or a
Scout
sword that... Scout could be a good way to put it. I like the idea of scout. Um, but yeah, just
or
a
a
sword that...
courier or something along the lines. Yeah, I guess.
Investigative.
Hmm.
But an investigative sword sounds a little wild.
I don't think we would investigating. I feel like would be more our cup of tea as
Yeah.
Yes.
individuals. I don't think we need to send out a sword to do that kind of thing. At
But
least
if
that's
we have
my
a sword that we could, then we could cross off different things like, hey, we need you to go investigate this and see if it bears any fruit.
sure. All right. So scout / investigator. Uh, I had an idea. Uh,
Mhm.
so we have one big sword currently. I don't know if we'll ever get another big sword. So this is kind of like a, and I thought we were going to use it for the treasury, but that's not the case here. Um, if I would have known this beforehand, I probably would have I used the big sword as our protector for like a higher caliber of whatever we were going to
Mhm.
use it for. But I was thinking, what about a an orrery sword? We could utilize this in a sense of a weapon for the orrery in the future, and also a way to connect with the orrery of some kind, maybe. Um, and I feel like we would need um, some larger caliber to handle that kind of vehicle for ourselves, spaceship. It could also be a my other thought. The big sword could be for the sanctuary itself. It could be the keeper of the sanctuary, and where we could um, literally carry it around the sanctuary as like a mobile base, and then plop down the sword, which then is the entry point for the sanctuary. Those are my two options for the big one. I don't know if you guys had any ideas for it, but
I didn't. Well, I don't know exactly what we even could do, or like what the limit of our capabilities with the big sword is. One more time, what was your two options and what did they do?
uh, a sword for the orrery to
Mhm.
represent the orrery, an effigy for the orrery.
Okay, okay.
Whatnot.
Spaceship, sorry. Yep.
Yeah, or a vehicle. And in this case, more of a keeper of the sanctuary itself, where we can keep the sanctuary in the big sword. And if we wanted to do more of a mobile kind of um, movement, we could take the sword with us.
Hmm. I do like the idea of being connected back with the orrery.
I think that is a very good idea.
And I think it would be good future-wise too, as like a weapon for the orrery itself. Like, we have our sniper, but that's more of uh, a call down airstrike or orbital bombardment compared to a weapon we would utilize while we're flying or soaring through the stellar constellations. Um, that's just my thought. I thought it would be a good one since it's a bigger sword. Um,
Well, it can hold more potential. Maybe that's necessary for the orrery.
yes.
I have another. I'm uncertain how we have things like the thing with the orrery. I thought we had to make into a room or something similar. How are we making a sword with it?
It's our connection to the orrery in a sense. It's the um,
This is a way to get past the red tape or to get through the red tape.
it's an idea to get past red tape as as a way to a same way we would contact our masters with the student master sword. It's one way we could utilize that. Um, but I was also just thinking long term of what these swords could be used for.
Okay. I like the idea of the sword, the orrery having its own sword. I think that could be very, very interesting later in space.
So
Um,
that's my only big idea. The only other option with the keeper is that it could take care of things within the sanctuary, like almost like um, a spirit of the house in a sense. We have the protector, which is its own role, but we could have someone that takes care of the house. A caretaker was my other option. But that could just be another effigy. It doesn't have to be, um, the big one.
Hmm. But, or we can wait for whatever this visitor is tomorrow, and they might provide us more insight before we
Correct.
use
We
all
don't
our
have to. We don't
resources.
have to decide right now. This is more of an idea of what we could do. I'm not saying do these things right now. I'm just more discussing.
Fair enough. Well, I've been practicing with the sword a bit as well, Lar, and
Hmm.
I don't know if I'm any closer to forming my sword energy. Afraid I
Like
don't really know how to do that.
like we talked about, we need to put it into practice. We need to put it up against the grindstone, which is another opponent. For example, we could probably fight, but I don't know if that would get the same results as what we're expecting. But we definitely need to hone it against some other type of conflict in order to form that energy. That's the least way I know.
Fair. Hmm. What about you, Poe? Have you felt like you've gotten closer to attaining sword energy? Because I don't
Not
know.
even a little.
I
But
think
that's
perhaps we should form the catalyst at the very least, so that when we do clash, it becomes more likely that we form it.
you guys aware of like what? Well, actually, no. It was only a suspicion that my master had. Would you like to hear a suspicion my master had of what's going to go down in
Sure.
6 months?
Sure.
All kind of like I think a tournament style, but like the brackets are completely removed off of that tournament. So like the weakest of swordsmen with the strongest of swordsmen is theoretically what we.
They were talking about just your situation in general, not to be confused with a tournament or a competition or what happens at the end of 6 months.
Okay.
They're basically describing you've been thrown into the deep end, and there's no different fathom. Everyone swims in the same pool. There's rules, and that's the only thing holding other fish from the little fish.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it doesn't have anything to do with a tournament.
My bad. I thought that there was like a.
But not yet. That could be a thing, though.
Okay.
Yeah, what we've determined, Poe, is that we're going to be fighting against some entity that comes to, well, test our skills, and if we do not have swordsmen in place, we will not survive well, we will survive, obviously, from my my positive code of honor, but it's a it's the thing we need to worry about. So
I know that I'm going to. I know that I want to be a swordsman and not a sword scholar. But other than that, I don't feel very close to any of it or close to achieving any of it at this time. And I believe that I'm going with flowing form.
Oh, it's the same one we Lyron and myself learned first.
Yeah, flowing sword, and I think that's going to be the best fit for poison. And while I'm interested in how adding gravity would work to my own sword, I don't know if that's a good idea, if I should stick to dual wielding, and if I do wield, blah, 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 blah. For right now, I'm at the bottom, and I have a long way to go.
Okay. Well, does anyone have any things they like to do together? For like, I was going to join you guys for more training, I suppose. I just finished having a nice soothing lullaby for the swords with the nursery, but I was thinking about working on my my form as well for my sword training. So if you guys want to continue doing that, or if you guys have any other projects you'd like to work on.
Let's see. I think it's a good idea for me to get my attributes, the ones that are low, back up, because that seems to be going really quick. And I'm just like, yeah. This, I'll just spend a few DPS and then sword.
All right. What about you, Lyron?
I want to continue practicing the sword as well.
Okay. Maybe once this guy comes and we don't learn anything extra, you guys could try putting your sword against mine. Maybe that's what you need for your spark, is to have it against someone who already has, I suppose. Put your energies against a sharp one already, and maybe the energy will become sharp from that. That's what I was trying to say.
Desktop metal.
Yes, of course. I think that would be, well, if not for my sword energy, quite informative.
And I feel like that will definitely be what you guys need as some type of conflict, and a controlled manner instead of just putting your life on the line.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think putting a sword against yours might be putting a life on the line.
Well,
feels like that sometimes.
I don't know any other option for conflicts, because we're not fighting against anyone in particular. But maybe this new person will give us some insight in that.
Well, I'm not saying not to do it. Just saying that you are quite a formidable foe.
Right.
Or ally, in this case.
Yeah. But as allies, we can use our resources in a more positive light. We don't have to try to kill each other, like I was saying. We can try and forge ourselves forward with the combined efforts of our own individual talent. Together, we are stronger than the sum of its parts.
This is true.
Speaking of, we could have a sword that is literally a training dummy in a sense, or a way to practice our sword skill, put it against each other.
I think maybe the Guardian, once when it is fully formed itself and trained itself, might be a good adversary.
Or the
We
student
did put a
master
lot
sword,
into it.
for example.
Sure. That could also work.
All right. Does anyone else have anything they want to bring up?
Mm,
Um,
I think that's about it.
All right.
Yeah.
Meeting adjourned.
We'll continue training and maybe we'll have another meeting. Well, definitely after whatever transpires tomorrow. As that will probably change our view on a few things.
So, did we ever decide the? Because I don't have anything in the sanctuary notes about the bonuses we got for that. So, was there anything for the resting area that we could have gotten from that bonus? Our conversation or meeting
Of
like,
the living room.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got like specific numerical bonuses for anything. Other than the training room and the library at this point.
Because I know we wrote them down of what we wanted the bonus buffs for the minor buffs to do, but I don't see anything in the sanctuary notes. So that's just what I was going with that.
Oh, yes. We can look up a bit. Let's see. So looks like the living room was minor teamwork boost, is what we wrote down.
Okay. So in that case, Matt, what would that do for what we just talked about? Are we going to get any insight from what we just did there, or would that be a
You all can gain an insight.
okay?
A sorely sword insight.
Okay. Sword. I'd like to also expand my sword energy, or I guess my sword sound research to 100,000. I didn't realize I'd get a blast through 20,000 that quick.
Well, we should know you're moving up there.
I'm real good at researching sword stuff, which I guess is appropriate to go for a sword scholar.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the only downside you have is that it's like a 50-50 chance. So like you can't give
can't.
yourself like key bonuses for example. You have to like literally re-roll with a fate point, right?
Yeah, or the ability that I made to.
Oh, with your fatigue, wasn't that it or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
So good at training, but I have to roll
Yeah.
under a certain amount, which
Which
is less of a downside now. It really sucked at first when that was like roll 10 or
2%.
below.
Right, yeah.
2% or something. It was
Yeah.
real low.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I remember. Okay, perfect. All right. Savalair is gonna go train in the training room with his arming sword for 3 TTS.
Yeah, same with my waveform sword. So here's my 21 D100 less than 50. Another one.
Another one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 10, 11. Less than
Righteous sword is up.
50. Cool. So I got 15 successes total for the day. 100. So 46. Okay. I'll get my D4 perception. 1.
Another one.
Another 1. Okay, so we are. I'm assuming Poe is also joining us at sword training.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the righteous sword. Successfully parry, get a vicious +1. What attacking damage? So you just get stacking bonuses for being relentless. Now, is the sound the same or for the flowing sword form between me and Lar?
Not quite. Just his enlightenment alone changes the sound.
But it's still recognizable as the same technique from just the
So you
sound?
can still feel the bass resonance, but it was a what do you call that? It was a faint resonance in the first place. It's meant to be built upon, and he has a lot of sword power so far compared to the rest of you guys because he has sword energy.
My path
been
is also
folded ones.
higher. So
Yeah.
like I'm on number 6, and on number 5, you guys need a catalyst to get past that wall anyway for Path of the Sword.
So you can feel a much more rich resonance rolling off the impact. It's still wrong, but it's not as wrong.
All of the things he does is wrong. Is it not more wrong with the sword path?
Oh, paradoxically, it's not. The base swing itself is wrong, but the energy that flows off of it isn't.
Okay.
Which is nice. It'd be really pleasant to fight him if he could swing the sword correctly.
Mhm.
Downside is there is a destructive tinge, kind of a aftertaste that rolls off the hit. So it's like, oh, that's a suck sound. I hate that sound. You're not swinging the sword right. And then it has this middle note of, but I have a pure energy, and you're like, oh, that's nice. And then there's this of that breaking energy at the end, and you're like, ah. So it's the roller coaster of emotion sparring with him.
Sure enough.
He's got a lot going on, but his has much more full resonance and like a much more complex sound to it.
Okay.
So, yeah, studying the sword does have benefits. Turns out.
Sounds like it.
Who knew?
It does.
Heh 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 heh. But
I guess I'll just pack up and go home now.
that was terrible. That is,
Too bad you're already home.
oh my god.
Yeah.
You subjected me to that. You know what you did.
I know what I did.
You know what you did. Take 11 billion bad feels.
I attack my own feels so that I do not feel them.
Okay. Damn.
Right in the
Pretty,
feels.
it's pretty drastic, dude. You gonna be okay?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't feel anymore.
Yeah. Was it worth it?
I mean,
Balling at what cost?
yeah.
All right. Spotting.
We're sparring, and I'm assuming Poe's also joining in on the sparring.
Yep, 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 yep.
Okay. I have them all available.
Nice.
All the Orthodox ones. Do you guys want to finalize your decisions as to what you're going to lean into if you're not a scholar?
So I pretty much already kind of decided when I first started doing it, I suppose. Wouldn't
Oh.
Okay, because I already learned flow, like, almost like a year ago now, and I've been using that for a while. Or is it more of like is it more of like a purposeful choice at this point that we know about them? Kind of. I'm guessing the question is, do I have the option to swap since I've already been using the flow?
Before you pick, or before you complete your sword aura.
Hmm.
Actually, yeah, as a fighting form, you can swap. You just have to stick to the one you swap to.
Okay.
So if you don't like the ones that are available,
Hmm.
swapping is available. It's just you have to make a complete swap.
Yeah.
And the fighting forms, it's not like a permanent lock-in. You can change your fighting form at any time, but you have to fully swap to that fighting form.
Yeah, it's almost like an active thing. Like, hey,
Yeah.
I can't. I am in the middle of battle. I can't swap between the two unless I have a certain ability, like a sword scholar, to kind of use multiple or truth faction.
Just like
rolls.
Passion of the Four Elements, you have to
Yeah.
spend
Yeah.
a downtime scene to swap over to that form without penalty.
Okay.
But yeah, you can swap between the fighting forms. Especially if you're like, I don't really like how this matchup against this opponent. I'm gonna swap to this fighting form. It's kind of like how martial masters are like, I will go into the praying mantis style, and you're like, ha ha. Well, I will swap to the tiger style, and you're like, that's not a good matchup for me. I will swap to the crane style. Certain individuals can swap forms in the middle of combat, a complete swap, but think of it kind of like that. The way you attack, the way you move your body, the way you approach combat is different, and that's why you have to do a complete swap. But there you go. There you have it, Johnny.
Cool.
Yep. Just mark which one you're wanting to get. Or feel free. In fact, you could spend several days trying them out.
Well, we don't have several days before the man shows up.
Yep.
Or thing.
Or thing. Or dude. Or entity.
So we both trained for a day. Poe needs to make some rolls for whether he's learning a form or continuing weapon skill training.
Form. I'm at the max of weapon skill training. And it would be.
I think I'll for the last two, I'll just do fellowship training and how I describe the sword to you guys, like how I'm um, more of like a teacher side of the fellowship on how I articulate what I'm trying to say and the movements of the beauty of it. Kind of, is that something I could do for training fellowship, Matt, with these two? Or
You could train fellowship by trying to instruct others in
yeah,
something.
okay, yeah. So that's what I'll do for the other two.
Yep, and it's training.
Mhm.
So, oh yeah, you're thinking with the sword.
Literally, yeah. Okay, cool. That's what I'm gonna do for my next two downtime.
Yeah.
What about you, Chunpo? You gonna do some rolls for us?
Training some flowing sword form. Is that just weapon skill though, or like would I just roll weapon skill to say I'm training the sword form?
Yeah.
Or
Swinging the sword. Yeah. Unless you have something that lets you train two things at once.
not that I'm aware of. Training
Not that you're aware of.
sword form. Any bonuses? And do we? Let's see. Training still get the 21 to progress because we're training.
Right. That's what you're
Should be.
choosing your ×4 bonus to be.
Yes.
Right.
Is a +5 from the room itself.
Yep.
Also, what's the cap on, or like, what's the progress that I want to reach? That maximum.
I was looking for that too, and I didn't see anything. Um,
What's the max you can reach?
Not so much the max that we can reach, as much as just like, hey, I'm training this, and I don't have a known cap for progress, or if it's like level 1 of this takes 50 XP or 50 progress, and then level 2 is 75 progress. That I
That
don't
is
know
in
what.
there. I have that. It's in one of the handouts. Let's find it for you. Should be under GTS, DTA, and game mechanics.
Okay.
And it follows that schema. So if you go above the 100, it just follows the schema. So 11 DTS.
no, wrong answer, Matt. He's asking how long it's going to take for him to learn the flowing technique.
I think it was a DTS for the whole thing.
I want to say that's it.
Yeah, this is a DTS because it's not. Either that or it was a DTS per piece. Did I charge you that?
I want to say no, because I'm just trying to remember myself. It's been like literally 6 months since we learned it last.
I mean, your progress is nuts. So I'm just gonna say a DTS because this is the fighting form. It's the base stuff that even normal people would pick up. The amount of progress you guys they're chewing through in a series of rolls, like 6 rolls with the bonuses you guys have, you can easily pick up fighting forms. They're not even all that complex.
Yeah, it's mostly about
and
mechanical movements, like
Yeah,
your footwork and stuff. Yeah.
yeah, mechanical movements, a trajectory of the sword, when to move, how to block. And the instruction manuals that you guys have are the best of the best for fighting forms. So it doesn't really matter too much. You guys, just a DTS per full fighting form, you can learn it. You can consider having it. You just have to decide which one you're wanting to focus on, or just be utilizing at a time.
Okay. Then, so 1 DTS per form?
Yeah, per form.
Cool. Alrighty. Then, yeah, think it's base plus 10 input, submit 8, and then I'll go ahead and roll for, we'll do 5 more because my thing is not good right now. 9. 5 successes, which would give me a total of 5 successes, which would put me at 110 progress if we were keeping track of it like that. So yeah, if it was like 100 per form, then yeah, bam. That's 1. I guess the question then on stored energy and like feeling how sharp something is, does that show itself in attempting to practice the sword form?
That sword energy?
Yeah. Okay.
Not yet.
Understood.
With Laura's explanation, though, we definitely feel something stir. But you have a
Okay.
lot of other energy in you, and your energy moves really slowly, anyways. But you can feel something stir. Sluggish though.
Understood.
But if you give it more effort, just like a swordsman who blindly continues to train, you should be able to eventually get that going.
Gotcha. Alrighty then. For now, I'm good with sticking with flow, and if I've already learned it, then I want to try and practice. I'll just practice more flow form and trying to get that energy stirring to happen more. If I can do the next DTS. Also, let's see, Lyron, how far ahead should or like, am I spending a day, or is anybody ahead, or am I ahead?
You're just spending a day
Okay,
total.
hold
Yeah,
it.
everyone's spending a day so that they don't miss the arrival.
Okay, then 2 more DTS, or well, we'll do 1 more DTS and then a rest to get rid of some of this fatigue. So 1 DTS of still practicing flow form, but I've already obtained it, and trying to get that moving energy to recreate that feeling of sluggish moving energy, and seeing what I can do with it, and seeing if I can create a sharp feeling and beating the heck out of this training dummy.
So much violence. What the training
Vi-
dummy do to you?
Didn't do enough for me. For him.
All right, keep swinging.
Swinging.
Get that weapon skill up there.
6. That's the full DTA, all successes. If it was measuring progress, 22 times 6, 120 plus 132 progress. Oh, but anyways. Do I feel like I have any better understanding of the flow of sword energy?
Mm,
Is
not
that
quite.
Okay?
Not quite. It requires a little bit more than just swinging for an afternoon.
I kind of figured, but
Yeah.
um,
Now I've spent months swinging the sword in the same way. Still haven't gotten anything.
still figuring it out.
Yep.
Okay. Who else wants to make it towards the day?
What? We all have.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we're good.
Yep, my last ETA is sleeping.
We have seized the day.
All right, everyone go ahead and do bathroom break and a drink, and then we'll continue with the NPC.
Understood.
Let me get back.
Oh, I have such a pretty girl. Yes, I do. Just looking at me. Just looking at me, wondering why I'm not giving you any attention. Is that
But aren't I adorable?
she is with those new brown eyes.
Father, do you love me, Father?
I do.
Give me pets.
I am. And the scritches. I suppose I get some more water.
What are you doing?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing? What are
I
you
don't
doing?
know.
You don't?
No.
No.
Who am I? Where am I?
What is this?
Hmm.
Time for some cider.
Savalair will push the boulder.
The boulder is conflicted.
Boulder is no longer conflicted.
The boulder is over his conflicted feelings. I will also help push the boulder, which probably we might not need help, but
Oh, it's this one.
Yes, it is. They'll make their way forward, and your guardian is like, "We have a guest."
we're pushing the rock. Yes, yes, let us get the door.
All right, they'll make their way in. Cozy.
We've got a slab if you'd like to take a seat.
No, thank you. It's good. You've not been wasting your time. Mm. They unfurl a scroll, but don't. I'll show you the inside of it, and they start writing something down on the inside as they kind of look around. I don't need a tour, but I'll be looking around for a bit.
Oh shoot, we're getting audited.
I suppose you could say that. You see, resources aren't free. Our time and attention aren't free either. I suppose an audit would be a very adequate assumption. I do like your sword up front. That is definitely on the plus side. Rare materials too. A lot of potential. Although,
yes.
it looks like you put a lot of your resources into one entity. I don't see as much resource allotment to anything else in here, except for maybe that sword, but that's about half. That's alright though. A sturdy sanctuary can go a long way in the early combats.
Well, if you look at this rock, it's got a lot in it too.
I could prove you otherwise, but that would be damaging to your front door.
That would not be very nice either.
No. But you're still firmly situated in the first stage of Sanctuary. So, it's not bad though. You're a little bit behind some of the other teams, but you're not last. They'll hold out a sword with the sheath still on it. Strike this with your best strike possible.
Each of us?
Individually, yes. Want to gauge your strength. If you're capable of it, put as much of your insight and enlightenment into your strike. Not actually spending the resource, but like your experience of the sword. Things you're trying to attain, things you're trying to grasp, things you have and haven't. Just everything you can into the sword strike.
Shall we move to the training area for this?
Insufficient. Do it here.
Oh.
I will use my waveform sword. And I will go ahead and I wanted the heaviest strike, like the biggest strike they could do.
Best as you can.
Best I can.
You can also use key. You can use whatever other attack you can. Make it your best one.
Okay. Swan Song with normal strike, which I've never actually used normal strike in a practical sense. I don't know what else it adds. But we're also gonna put some sound into it and some
Normal strike means you are hit, period.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot dodge or parry without any means of equivalent defense. So you
So I
need
don't
normal
roll
parry.
for it? Or do I roll for it?
You don't have to, but you can.
I will.
Especially if you are leveraging other powers along with it.
I will be. And I'll be doing a heavy strike. Heavy sword strike with this. Equal to half your strength bonus rounded down. I guess somebody else can go while I calculate all this, because
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Lar has his good strikes already mapped out.
But it's a one strike kind of thing. I'm not like a one strike kind of pony. I'm more of a multi-hit guy.
They only ask for one strike.
Yeah,
Maybe
right.
later in future audits, they'll be like, give me your best onslaught.
Right.
Five times damage. Don't I have magnitude on this when I put sound into it?
Subbelair will grab the arming sword and come up. You can call me Blairy. It's nice to meet you. You're part of the
Sword Carnival, yes.
Oh,
Once
wonderful.
you've finished your strikes, I will introduce myself, but not until then.
Oh, fair
I
enough.
get to know you. I get to know you, depending on how you swing the sword. Most people do that as well. If someone does engage you in combat, usually, if they attack you first, you accept their swing, and then you attack them back once, and they accept your swing, and then combat is over. And if you haven't learned anything about the person you've attacked and have been attacked by, your sword skills are piss poor. You should be able to learn almost anything you want about somebody by how they swing a blade.
This also pure damage. Okay. Oh, I also get.
Oh, you also need to build me an attack. Come on. Come on.
I'm just wondering if I should do a flowing sword technique or just my liberation. Honestly, that's just where I'm trying to figure out first.
A flowing sword can be stacked on other stuff.
Liberation. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might need assistance with not just building the attack, but like stats and like how. Like I figure the weapon skill is 2 hit, but damage wise, I have no idea what.
No problem. So you're probably on the gear page, and you're looking at melee weapons. So when you have a melee weapon in there, the 2-hit will roll off of your weapon skill, of course, and it'll walk you through when you hit that a whole bunch of options as like what type of attack it is, and at the very end, what type of natural flat bonus you get. The damage portion always adds your strength bonus, so you don't need to add it.
Okay.
In certain cases where if you're using a finesse style weapon that doesn't use strength, you would subtract your strength score and then add your agility score.
Understood.
because it automatically pipes in the strength score. You would then put the dice type in front. Usually, a normal person punching somebody is a D4. Swinging a sword, has its own profile, D10. Unless you have a sword that does more damage than that. And then you would look at the modifiers of what you are swinging the sword with. So if something gives you bonuses to hit, when you do the 2-hit, the very last one says situational modifiers. You would put in all your modifiers there.
Alrighty.
And then when you hit the damage button, it automatically pipes the damage profile into the channel. So it doesn't have any prompts. It only does what's written in there.
How much damage does the waveform sword do? Is it D10?
D10 so far.
It's a stick.
But it does +1 for every known sound.
Oh god.
+10 for every esoteric sound, and +100 for every unique sound.
What about pinnacle sounds?
Also +100.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, give me a minute then.
The damage would be a lot higher if this was a combat-focused sword, but it's not. You would get so much more damage if it was a combat style. But
And they're not putting any
What
negatives.
about my
to-
explosive sounds? Those are a separate
Um,
category.
explosives.
explosive sounds? You can add another 100.
Each one is 100?
Yep, including each pinnacle is 100, and each unique is 100. So it should be a lot of damage.
What about the rebel frequency?
If you added that in there, it takes all of the damage that would have been dealt and explodes it. Your sword will detonate and you will die.
Good to know.
But I will probably impress the person.
You will probably do something well above the capacity of what they're expecting for you to do and be like, wow, that was an actually decent sword strike. But you're dead, so joke's on you.
Oh, well, hopefully they'll come back here. If they're expecting to do that, they gotta revive,
Now-
right?
You may also enter into your magical gold transformation if you want to increase the strike. You get one strike, and they said make it your best. Don't hold back.
I will use my magical girl form as well.
Okay.
I'm going to use Even Further Beyond here to add 299 to the damage.
You may add the damage you would receive from your resonances and sounds to pen while in magical girl transformation mode.
I'll multiply them by 10.
No, add it to pen,
Oh, add it to pen.
like penetration.
Oh, so I get pen on top. Well, I do true damage with this.
Unless somebody's able to turn your true damage into normal damage.
True, which this person presumably can.
So I take my sword and I do a bonus action to engulf it in my flame, and I do a liberation, spending 30 ki, and here is the damage.
Okay. Poe, they also, from this individual helping you earlier. Ooh, that's some good damage, Johnny. Ooh, yeah. Definitely throw poison on this strike. They want your best.
Understood.
Put everything you got into it. Even if you have to harm yourself to coat it in your sword in poison. You can also get your poison sword if it can be lifted to be wielded.
What are the requirements to lift the poison sword?
You have to have fed it enough materials and stats for it to be wieldable. I think
I believe it
because
did.
you've been able to move it already, you can pick it up. Yeah, it's wieldable. Use everything at your disposal. The best of the best.
Understood. Grabbing my poison sword, cutting my hand on it, and putting my 1,000 tincture that I got there.
Well, it also includes your 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs, and then your ultimate yin venom, because it's all in there.
Beautiful.
Well, it's in your blood. That's the thing. Your keystone poison, you can just touch something and it applies it.
Gotcha.
You don't have to cut yourself. It's part of who you are. You're like a poison dart frog. Everything you touch, you can choose to or not to apply your keystone poison in any amount. You could do just a little bit of this. You could do a whole bunch of this. You have full control over when and when not to, and how much or how little.
So 500 of it is pure damage, just from movement mechanics, though, which is not.
Yeah. You're gonna do thrum frequency as well.
That gives me. I guess it does reduce their reinforcements.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will do all 3 of my mathematics chants.
Okay.
I'm
So
not
reducing it by 3.
entirely sure how the damage of the poisons. I don't even know the proper. Like I know 2d10 or 2d10 times 10 for the 1,000 tincture, but to
1,000 tincture puts a minus 1,000 toughness test, and it does poison 100 or toxic 100 quality.
Okay.
So yeah, toxic 100 applies a minus 1,000 to their, and then they take 100 d10s exploding whenever it ticks. Until they can get rid of it. Your ultimate yin venom, it's a 1-hit kill. It does a health state of damage. And it's yin, so if you die, you freeze like a popsicle. And then your 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs is even more lethal. It does 9 health states of damage and 5 critical health states of damage if it sinks. But they get a defense roll for every layer.
Understood. Oh, fuck.
You've survived insanity, man. That was you get the salsa.
Do you do a reroll? Do you want to reroll that? Okay, so that means this change this to poison sword. I have
The
no
damage
idea
on
what
the poison sword is still
1d10.
1d10 plus your strength. But you get to add in the special. I think it's not special effects. It's the no, it is special effects. You're gonna put in toxic 100. Put in 9-D/5G -G to show that you have the 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs poison.
Does using the Shadow Claw count as the same attack, doubling it?
As long as it's in the exact same split frame.
It
Where
is.
it stacks the damage onto one. If it's 2 different damage profiles, it's 2 attacks. Unless you have a reverberation on the hit.
Causing a Shadow Claw to mirror your attack, hitting or missing the same location. It doesn't cost
if it's
an
a
action,
mirror,
it's just part of it.
Yeah, if it's a mirror, like a follow-up or an echo, absolutely it can count.
Okay. What about Cascade?
One attack.
Cascade, if it's not all part of the same attack and you loop into something else, no. But if it all stacks the damage...
I'm going to use mental gymnastics to make the Shadow Claw lump the damage together with the pin as well.
That. I like that.
There you go. Mental gymnastics. Let's go.
What's the logic test though? Like what's the negative here for doing that?
It's going to be minus 20 for every stack.
Oh, so I can stack it multiple times? I guess it doesn't cost
You said Cascade.
Action. Hold on. Give me a second.
If it doesn't apply a minus 20 on a roll, it'll cost you 20 key for every
Yep,
stack
but I'm
on top.
stacking it all together. I'm gonna use my special ability to make all of the energy and resource costs free for this one action. So I'm just gonna stack it all together.
Infinitely?
It's one action.
Oh, okay. So basically up until
It's
your
not
maximum
infinite.
action economy.
Yeah, for Cascade.
That's pretty good. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be huge.
It should be.
How many times can I Cascade? And then that's doubled each time with the Shadow Claw.
So you said, well, okay, so I deal one other health state, let's see, at least one health state damage.
Mhm.
One health state.
So the Yin Ultimate Yin Venom does a health state of damage, but it
Yeah.
has a special element attached to it, which is really hard to defend against.
Mm.
Your 9 Delusions, 5 Grandeurs. Basically ticks 9 times a turn, and then 5 times a turn. They get to defend against each one,
That's a necessary resource.
and every time they fail, they take a health state of damage. And then if they fail in the Grandeurs, they take critical health state damage.
Oh.
So overall, it's 14 health states of damage.
This is gonna be
If
like
you hit-
50 devastating.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Do your worst.
Okay.
Try not to use once a lifetime or once
I'm not.
consumable resources. They're like, you should be able to, if I come back every week,
Do it again.
reproduce this hit. Yeah.
Yep.
So, which they might.
I'm like, okay, do it again. What?
But I used that once in a lifetime resource to hit it really hard. Well, you're
Are
a
you
fucking
fucking dumb?
idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just not worry about the resource expenditure right now because that's taken care of with the really cool once per encounter ability.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah. That's why I took it.
Type 3.
Your toxic 100 comes from your 1000 mundane, so you
Okay.
can actually take that off because that's a lot of text. And see how it puts the.
Yep.
You have to take the bar
And
for the
drag it.
chat and pull it left to see stuff on the end.
Okay, there. That's why I couldn't see the damage because it was so wide. Okay.
Yeah, if you put too much text in the special, it keeps pushing it, and that's why I have people do short form for stuff.
Okay, so we're just gonna put, instead of Yen Venom, just Yen V. Okay. And okay, so we'll try this and see, is that better? That's much
Nice.
better.
Do you also want Tree Buddy to go after it as well?
I'm not entirely sure how, because Free Buddy not being sword anything, I'm just like, does
Okay.
that qualify?
It is a separate entity, so you could have it coordinate.
Okay,
You'd
so I
have
could like
to-
hit, and if there's still something alive, then Free Buddy eats.
No, he just attacks alongside with you, and if there's anything at all, he'll eat it.
Understood. And then
Get him, Tree
yeah,
Buddy, and you swing.
gotcha. And yeah.
Okay. All right, Tree Buddy does a health state of damage. So overall, you got 15 health states of damage on that pile. Plus, 16 now. Yeah. All right. I want to see them other damage profiles, boys.
I'm working on it.
You're working on
Still
it?
calculating. I asked too many questions, and now I have to multiply everything more.
Oh. Is it really high?
Yeah.
Okay.
Calculator saying
There's only felling there. I think that's it.
Nice.
It's got 38,976 pen.
2 million damage? 2.2 million damage? Yeah, that's pretty good. But a lot of devastating. That's some good devastating. Yeah, we like that. I hit you. Ah!
And it's a normal strike. So
Yeah.
and then
this guy.
I guess it has graviton a shitload as well. Let's see, how much graviton does it have? X is the difference between, so I guess whatever its defense is. I got 68 degrees success for the attack. I don't know if they're defending at all.
No, they're just letting you hit it.
Okay. So that is 68 times.
Oh.
Okay.
Withdraw. Ah!
And that guy sent 1,600 plus meters that way. See you later, dude.
Blam?
Mm.
That's what we call a sky reaching art.
Because you're going to go into orbit, son.
I don't have sword energy or anything, but it's a big number.
Still waiting on the Johnster.
I don't got anything else to add besides it just says ruinous. Some devastating there.
Okay. All right. All right. Now block as they do the most slow, lackadaisical, telegraphed downward chop.
Keep in mind the
They will start
reinforcements
with-
and stuff are 3 lower. Their defenses are 3 lower, though.
They will start with Mr. Poe.
Go for
Block.
Can I parry instead?
Of course. Yeah, parry. Defend yourself.
There's flowing. Do successful parry, 10 more DOS. Awkward riposte. After successful parry, 5 more. Disarming. Ooh, okay. Parry. I don't have anything else. 8.
Okay, you get bopped on the head.
All right. Lar, they're gonna bop you.
Just immediately. Don't even get to try.
No, they're doing the swing.
Okay, yeah. That's what you meant. I thought you meant
Defend
bop
yourself.
the head again. Yeah.
Defend yourself.
All right. So
Do it.
I will do a
Do it.
barbecue. No, actually, I think it's Everburning Liberty, Flaming Determination. Okay. 5 key. And then let's look at the Flowing Sword technique. These are always after a successful parry, which I assume is success. Well, actually, I need to roll first, I suppose. Let's look. could try doing a disarming riposte. I know that's probably not going to work, but it's something we could do. So weapon skill test. Parry. Parry is always at a minus. Counterattacks on -20. So don't really the riposte. I'm not really caring about too much. So I'm just going to do the normal parry here. And I'm going to do even further beyond. And also spend key. And fatigue. 2. Spend twice in the same encounter. And I didn't have the first one though. So 3. There's no penalties here, so I don't have to worry about that. At least what I've been stacked with. If there are penalties, let me know. But yeah, there it is. With 2 sword energy. Right, I'm done.
Okay. Anything special attached to that, or is it just a really good parry?
I could try disarming riposte from Flow, but there's anything extra.
Okay. You get gently bopped on the head.
Okay.
Lyron, here comes this. Nice and slow. Telegraph downward chop.
Defend yourself.
Daisy?
Am I muted? Yes, I am. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Uh, I think that might be the full extent of my parry there, unless. Yeah, that's. Can I re-roll that in any meaningful capacity? No, but that's going to be my parry. Nothing else.
Anything special attached to it?
Again, I could do the flowing sword technique stuff, but I'm actually going to use the confounding blade or confounding sword.
Okay.
The weakening.
The weakening strike or the weakening impact?
I guess I get all of those when I successfully dodge or parry and take no damage. Gets retaliates. Yeah, weakening impact on that. Nothing else on that.
Okay. You get bopped on the head.
Okay.
All right. I have recorded your results and your efforts. Introductions. You may call me Elder Undying Sword. I am a sword elder here at the Sword Carnival. I am responsible for your sector. I'll also be your liaison, and I also will be the individual you interact with for any authority or permission related activities. I'll also be your coordinator and director for any activities we require of you, including something coming up in a few months. I don't know if you are ready for it or not, but we will see. So, I've tallied your scores. I will give you a fair assessment of each of your abilities. First off, 10 points to your house, your sanctuary, for reaching first level sanctuary. For your attacks, we'll do a little bit of analysis before point assignment. So, for Mr. Poe, I can tell that you haven't really held a sword in your entire life. Not in any meaningful capacity. Your strike was embarrassing. What came after was not, which is why we were willing to foster your talent. That was deliciously brutal. The poison stacked on at the end. Also, your little tree parasite. That took me for a little bit of a surprise. That you're able to control it like that. I was definitely expecting its viciousness, considering its origins, but very good. My advice for you is just train the sword. Your poison is sufficient at this current stage that you need not look at it further for quite some time. What you lack is the ability to hit your opponent. If you can hit your opponent, you will fell just about any competitor in your sector. Maybe even some of the intermediary trainees. Problem is, you will never bring harm upon them no matter how hard you try without being better at the sword. There is also several challenges and trials that you will have to overcome that even with the sophistication of your parasite and your poison, you will not be able to even scratch your opponent. So keep practicing. Just focus on the sword from here forward until you've met a proficient level. A proficient level, I will let you know the next time I come by for testing. But I will say your poison has a richness to it that I have not seen in quite some time. So good for you. I'll give you 15 points for your poison efforts. I took a serious subtraction of points for your lack of sword skill, though. I took 10 points away.
All right.
As for your defense, the same. You get 0. 0 points. There's an infant could kill you with your sword skills. So just work on attack and defense, footwork, sword perception, build your sword energy, build your sword aura, sharpness aura, so on and so forth. So 15 points for you. Mr. Lar, your attack was better. It was better. Not as well as I was hoping. But you haven't developed your sword aura to a point where it is utilizable as a manifestation outside your body, and I appreciate your tact not to force it. I've had individuals force their sword aura on their sword during this test and shatter their sword core because they're not at a point where it's stable for them to do that.
Oh, Elder, I have already learned from that mistake.
And you found someone capable to repair it?
Yes, I'm not able to fully utilize my fate with my sword aura yet, but once I do, I think I'll have better swings for you.
Good.
But yes,
So far, I like your progress. You're well on your way to becoming a decent or even average swordsman, which for us is very high praise for anyone else on the path from checkpoint 1, zone 1, zone 2, zone 3. If you're a average swordsman in zones 1 through 3, you're a great swordsman by their standards. We don't really wish to train average or decent, but with your current potential, I could see you going and becoming an average one. But we don't keep average swordsmen for the advanced classes. So you'll need to find a way to improve not just your momentum, but your potential. Maybe even your talent. Which we do have methodologies here. You're not doomed with whatever the heavens gave you. But it will require grit and determination, and frankly, some proper planning and skill to achieve it, because others will also be competing for the same prizes. We've also seeded those prizes, gifts, by the way, in each of your isolation cells. Hopefully you will be taking advantage of them. They are sharpening stones to hone yourself on. The damaging side is the sharpening stones can shatter your blade if you are not skillful enough. As you probably well noticed, they're very lethal. But they're yours. Decide what you want to do with them. Whether destroy them, utilize them, capture them, whatever. Keep practicing. Your defense is horrendous. Absolutely atrocious. You need to train your ability to block, or at least to dodge proficiently. So, I really expect a better performance on the defense test next time I come around. Merely providing a sword in the way is insufficient.
Understood.
My advice for the better defense, if you don't already have a training manual or some sort of guidance, you can utilize this piece of advice in its stead if you don't have something else. When you go to defend yourself, especially when crossing blades with another, it is not sufficient to imagine the sword as only a sword. You must put more than your sword in between you and another individual's cutting aura. The metal, or in your case, no, it is metal, because sorry, the wooden stick is not, it's not the wooden stick, because you don't have that yet. It is, the steel is not sufficient. You need to put your attainments, your experience, and your sheer will into defense, especially when crossing steel.
I definitely put my will into it. But yes, I understand. I understand.
Will is insufficient alone unless you've trained your will to the point where you can look at somebody and will them to die, and they do.
I suppose. Yes.
Will is a driver. What you need is a vehicle for it to drive. If you can develop a vehicle in which your will can inhabit, your will be magnified and manifest. Sword aura is one of those things. It is sharp, though, so your will must be able to withstand such sharpness. But that is what we're training sword energy for. 5 points for your efforts on the attack, no points on defense. Lyron, I do appreciate your full-out effort. That was quite the attempt. But you have the same problem. You're all firepower, no defense.
Well, now you said to block. I guess I could have dodged.
I said defend yourself.
Oh, I thought you said block too. I thought that was it.
Blocking does allow me to really understand who you are.
So I appreciate that, which is why I'm not doing subtractions of points on your defense. Many choose to dodge or teleport or any of that, and if they're still hit, I apply a very large negative. But if you parry, or attempt to block with the blade, even if you fail, I usually apply no or very little in the way of demerits. So, 0 points for the defense, unfortunately. You were basically helpless.
I
But your
suppose that is
attack,
fair.
your attack was marvelous. I liked the resonances. I liked the mechanical aspect of your swing. It was pleasing.
Sounded good too.
Oh yes.
It
I try
did,
to avoid
yes.
the bad sounding sword swings.
Yes. The culmination of your teacher is, I can see it. I can see it in the bones of your movement and your muscles, fibers, sinew. It's, you're trying. And I acknowledge this. This is good. 10 points for you. Unfortunately, you haven't reached the richness that Mr. Poe has. But his sword, unfortunately, is still in training. But the poison was delicious.
Well, we're
So
here
in
to help
total,
him with the sword swing, so.
good. You'll have time. That's what you're here for. That's why we're willing to take complete novices in the sword. But if you're a talented, potential-filled individual, even if it has nothing to do with the sword, we can make swordsmen out of you. It's what you do with that other talent, with the sword, is what matters. Which is what I am seeing today, which is good. I like this. So, Sanctuary, and all those within it, a pass for your first test. You do not want to fail. It'll put you so far behind the others that you may not recover. Every time I arrive, I expect proficient progress. It doesn't have to be leaps and bounds. But if my advice is the exact same as the previous one, you will have failed. I must see progress. You've accumulated 30 points from each of you, and 10 for the base, so 40 points in total. What this can be used for is an allotment of resources. If you pass, you may spend those resources. If you fail, you may not, until I come back and give you a passing grade.
So that's what
40
you mean by
points.
fall behind.
Yes, 40 points can be a lot, especially early. For example, for 1 point, you can exchange it for a low-grade sword nurturing crystal. These are quite useful. 10 of them is not sufficient for a medium. 50 is the exchange for a medium grade sword nurturing crystal. To give you an understanding of the jump.
Can we purchase advice with points?
I was getting that. I'm typing it out. I was going to
Oh.
continue the spiel.
Oh, okay. Yep. Tippity tap, tap, tap.
You may also redeem points for advice, for cultivation techniques, instruction, personal lessons. You may also purchase supplies, furniture, improvements for rooms. If you earn enough points, you can even have the Sword Carnival renovate one of your rooms to their specifications. That usually is reserved for individuals who are well into their test. Where the points you would get would be closer to 500 if you pass. But for now, 40 is rather pleasing. So, if you wish to redeem your points, you may. For basic needs and whatnot, they do not require any points. So if you are wishing for necessities like toilet paper or ration packs, fresh water and bottles or whatnot, necessities. Things like blankets and beds, you will have to use points, so to speak. And yes, we do have beds so profound that they can give you enlightenment as you sleep, but they are in the hundreds of points just for a single bed. And yes, you can ask for very silly things. You can even ask for information about the upcoming trials, tribulations, tests, competitions, opponents, other groups, and their progress, proficiencies. You can even purchase information protection packages so that the other individuals have to pay a specific amount of points to learn about you. But again, you need not worry about those particular options, not until you have a lot more points to spend. And also your group is in flux. You're still learning. You have achieved Sanctuary 1, but when you achieve Sanctuary Level 2, everything changes once again in a very large manner. So, if you'd like, I can give you a few minutes to discuss amongst yourselves how you wish to use your points. You don't have to spend them all. They are precious. And I, as an administrator for this quadrant, am very frugal with points assignment.
So I don't think we should spend any this time around. What do you think?
Well, I
Also
think
get-
we should get some low-grade nurturing crystals.
One for each of the swords, maybe?
I was thinking that would be a good idea.
You may also purchase sword husks.
Oh, that's nice.
The downside is it's a husk. You're responsible for resuscitating it and building it up from the ground.
Hmm.
The husk is the lowest form you can get of the sword here. They are gossamer, like fleeting smoke. Only when you give it the appropriate attention and nurturing does it actually become tangible. So, buying a sword husk early is not particularly too bad, but it is also another burden that you have to bear in your nursery. You may also buy swords.
Hmm. So 12 nurturing crystals then, though?
Yeah, 12 sounds good.
Very well. And they'll pull from a spatial ring 12 low grade sword nurturing crystals. Well done. 28 points remaining.
You guys have any questions?
Hmm.
Um,
I'll give you a moment to discuss. They'll go over and pull out a comfy chair from their spatial ring, sit in it, and start writing on the scroll.
Our slabs aren't good enough for you.
They're your seats. I don't wish to take them from you.
Oh.
Also, I have deliberations to make in private, and I'm particularly fond of this seat.
Sure enough. Wouldn't want to keep you from your seat.
I was thinking a good question to ask is about the red strings and how we can utilize them with, say, the sword husks, I guess. I guess that's one
Well,
thing I was thinking to ask.
haven't we already learned that you can remove the red string if you connect them to the sanctuary?
Yes. But like, for example, my card has a red string on it. But I don't want to put the card inside a sword, or maybe we could keep it in the sanctuary, but um, what ties that red string, I suppose.
Or what does it actually signify? I guess we assumed it just meant that it was out of the game.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could somehow connect those two things. And I don't know if that's a good ask. Maybe we'll find it out naturally. But I was just because if I wanted to do an orrery for the sword, for the bigger sword we have, how do I connect the orrery to that sword? Is it my blood? Maybe is it the red string that's on the recreation card? Well, that's just questions I have about that are sword related. I guess that's the only thing I could really think of asking now.
I think a question about the red string and what it signifies and how to utilize it would be a good one.
Yes. What about you, Chungpo?
I am not certain on. I don't know what I want to truly build or what I want to get. And let's see, we're talking about how to bypass certain red strings. The only thing I know
Well,
left.
not necessarily bypass, but what exactly the red string even means. We assumed it meant that it was outside the game, or the
Yeah.
Sword Carnival, safe, but maybe that's incorrect information or incomplete.
Alright. And she's sitting here and waiting and requesting what from us, or asking if we want?
She's giving
Spend-
us some time to deliberate and see if we want to spend any more points before they leave.
Understood.
What do you guys think about having a low grade sword nurturing crystal for each of us?
Just an extra one?
Well, sword energy, for example. I wonder if that's something we could utilize
Nurture?
from these crystals. Yeah, exactly. Not just the swords themselves, but the sword energy we contain as the vessels.
I think that might help me out in the long run. A little bit of a boost could help me progress faster. But I wouldn't say no to that by any means, but I'm not sure. What's the currency that they require? Martial coins or
Points.
Points. The ones that we were
Okay,
awarded
yep.
for.
Gotcha. I believe I only
Oh,
got
it's this
15 because I got 0 for blocking, so
We got 40 total.
40 total. Gotcha.
5, 10, 15 plus 10.
Understood. Hmm. Has she told us what happens in 6 months?
No. That's a question we could ask, though.
Um, hmm. Other than the small crystal that you mentioned, Savalar, I don't have anything that. I believe my path is very much train, 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 and I'm not entirely sure. I know that they're willing to give us things and to help upgrade us, but I don't know a good upgrade at this time other than the sword energy that could help a little bit, anyways.
Well, one thing we could ask about is how do we enter in with conflict with individuals or beasts in a way that we can cultivate your guys' sword energy that you don't have yet.
So red string, and perhaps we could ask about the other thing.
Yeah.
That's my vote, at least.
With the
And maybe a sword nurturing crystal for each of us.
Yeah, just to see if it can be utilized in that way, or maybe it's a way to spark your sword energy.
Make sure you have all of your questions ready. Any follow-up questions will be ignored.
That's fair.
You can have as many as you want, as long as you have the funds to pay for them, which you should. But any one more questions after the question period is expired will be ignored. So, summon your questions.
So was it just the two that we were going to ask then?
I have another one. How we can meet others within the carnival. For example, Cooney, Midnight's Eye, and the Titan. For example, I have an arrangement with the Titan.
All right.
Those are my three.
I would recommend at least each of you ask one question, even if it's extremely selfish. Points are not redeemable outside of meeting myself or at the carnival.
Mm.
So, you have not reached that particular stage, so the only time you can spend points is when I come by to test you, and only if you pass. You may also ask, when is the next test?
That's a good
That way you can prepare.
Oh, hold on. That's another question.
It is. We make you spend your points for these particular questions because some individuals don't care. I'll show up when I show up, or things will happen when they happen, and they use their resources, their points, for specifically as many resources as possible, and to answer very difficult questions they have. Some individuals prefer the opposite. They want to know so they can be better prepared. Some individuals pool their resources for a much more expensive resource. There's many strategies. We're testing your strategic soundness.
Well, did you want to start then?
Sure.
Questions open.
All right. Elder
Very well.
Undying Sword. My question, my first one, is how can we connect the red strings we have to the swords? And I guess before you answer that question, how much does it cost? Because I don't want to take away from other people before we
It'll
can.
cost you 1 point. If you want to ask about red strings in general, it'll cost you 3.
Since mine's more specific on. Okay.
Yes, you're only asking one itty bitty facet of the red strings. If you want to know what they are, what they're for, and some nuances about them, 3 points.
2 points. I think we should go with that one. We'll get some nuance with the with what red strings are, so we can better know how to do that. So yes, let's go with that. That's my first question. And everyone okay with that? So that's fine?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. 3 points then. The red strings are to tie up your crutches, things you've relied upon, usually related to that of your masters or something. An exemplary pool of resources that you could utilize to prop yourself up when you have nothing else. We try to aim to have you really think about what you need and don't need to survive in this place. If we put a red string around it, we believe that you don't need it. And it's merely a distraction and will detract from your ability to proceed. Now, there's a fun part about it. You may remove the red string at any time, but what it becomes is contraband. Not supposed to have it. You took off the red string, it didn't come off itself, but you have it. It marks it as spoils of conquest. If you are defeated, any spoils of conquest can be looted. You can also get it back, but that's the deal. There are certain individuals who can't live without a certain thing. So be it. Have it. But if someone comes across your group and defeats you, they can take all the spoils with no consequences. Same for you. If you beat them, you may take all of their spoils. The red string also makes it so that if it is still bound in red string, it is untouchable, even by the elders, even by other students, and by the rules of the carnival. The only one who can touch it is the one who put it on in the first place, which is the carnival master, the maestro. He's a very big stickler for the rules, so there will be no removing the red string unless it's by yourself or by the rules in which allow you to unbind them. You've already done so with your vaults, have you not? You've built an appropriate area in the sanctuary to graft like to like, to cleave to something, using the dual meaning of the word to cleave. You've cleaved your vault to the treasury, and as such, the red string comes off naturally. It does not make it spoils of conquest. It is not contraband, but you have linked it. If your sanctuary falls, they can pillage those places. If you have defended them, so be it. But it does link it. To utilize that logic, if you have red string on specific things that you want to have access to without turning them into contraband, you must play the game. Find some loopholes or have like cleave to like. So a room in your sanctuary for it to graft onto is usually the easiest methodologies. There are prizes you can have from troop competitions later on, being removal of the red string without having to play the cleaving game of cleaving it to your sanctuary. These are big prizes, though. It basically allows you to not only have a safe and secure resource, but is unbound. So it'll be a very big prize, and people will fight over those. You can also win red string equipment or red string sanctuary rooms. You can even bet rooms from your sanctuary or bet things that are wrapped in red string. But that comes later. As for tying red strings to things, you do not have the means to do so. The red strings are not yours in the first place, they're the maestro's. They follow a set of rules. A red string can appear, but it is not to be akin to the red string of fate. This is kind of a mockery of the red string of fate. The maestro's favorite color is red. So he's colored it red. So don't confuse it with the actual red
Ring of Fate. It is paradoxically and even ironically his way of preventing you from having it. The red string of fated to not have this. So, very intrinsically different things. So, try not to get confused on that particular aspect. If something becomes too powerful and it is something that you all rely on so heavily that it becomes kind of your identity and what you were using to survive here instead of your own sword skills and prowess, a red string will appear and bind that item. If you remove it, it becomes spoils and can be looted if you were defeated. So, each of you must stand on your own 2 feet with ample and capable sword skills and abilities for that not to happen. That's why we bound your weapons. They're a bit of a crutch, I think. And frankly, you couldn't wield them properly if you tried. So,
My weapon was taken before I got here.
Your master's wise and very knowledgeable.
Oh, it wasn't my master that took it.
regardless.
Now, since you paid for the full thing, there are certain rules that you can implement, such as in competitions, you can have part of the competition be if they have insufficient things to bet, you can have them untie one of their red strings of fate to bet, meaning that we acknowledge that you have marked this particular thing as spoils. So if I win, I get that. But you also don't have any resources to bet in this competition, and we bet quite a bit. Removing a red string is it's supposed to be difficult or very risky. You cannot put red string, the maestro's binding, on an item that you have hand removed. Once it spoils, it spoils. There is a trial that you can undergo, but we only offer this to those who we deem proficient in the sword, above average. If you complete the trial, one of the trial rewards, if you are scoring high enough, could be spoils protection. The red string, the maestro's binding, I think we should call it, not to confuse a fate user, is part of the game. We don't want you to have it stolen from you by the carnival. That'd be wrong. It is yours. But we don't also want it to be a crutch. There are many people who have come in who are wealthier than you, all combined together. That's not very fair. Did I cut out there?
Say it again, I guess.
Okay. There are people who have come into the Sword Carnival who are more wealthy than all of you combined. That's not fair to the rest of the competition if you all are have full access to your wealth. So you got to earn it, which you did. I'm very pleased with your treasury. It's simple and it makes sense in a very maddening way. No, that you have 2 treasuries, which is startling. Actually, it's rather incredible. So, but you are not of the Ashtarim, so you know not what real wealth is.
So that's a pretty good question then. I think at least we know
Whatever.
now. I was thinking too, we could probably get a safe in our treasury as well. Might be a good idea to
Safe, a vault.
a safe for the safe things.
You can. I will remark that you can buy a safe from me, but it will only fit small objects.
Mm-hmm.
Your vaults require each a vault room and a vault door.
I see.
The only advantage that you have is that the pile of gold, which is the doorway to each of those rooms, ironically, is its own kind of illusion. If someone successfully defeats you and gets into your sanctuary, anything that is not secured or has a defense, they can easily just take.
Yes.
But if they
That
take the gold, it's no longer a door to the vaults.
Yes, they take all the gold, which is real gold from I've checked. It'll. It depends. Either you'll permanently lose your vault, just disappears into the ethos because it was bound and now it's not. Or it'll find something to graft onto, which means you have to go get it back.
All right.
But they
Well-
might not know it's there.
Precisely. I do know that one of them, at least, the one with a keeper, will. Actually, no, it's funny. They both have a keeper in their own right, so I suppose if each of the keepers remain in the vault, they'll be able to graft onto something. But it may not be accessible for quite some time, and it may end up in enemy territory, and you'll have to go get it back. So don't have your sanctuary raided, or if it is, more protections. But that may come from higher levels of sanctuary later in the anyways. So.
Well, I'd say that's a good question from me. Who's
That is
next?
a very good question. 25 points remaining.
I think. Are there any who, I guess, are from the Doot troop here in the Sword Carnival?
We've captured a lot of forces from that particular faction, and we will be having them work at the carnival until it is appropriate for them to try and win their freedom. We also freely advertise your position here.
Oh, they already
To those
knew where I was for some reason.
Yes, and we've advertised to them. You're also here. Not your exact location. They have to pay for that in points, but they're not invited. But we still signaled that you are here. If they chose to show up on our doorstep as uninvited guests, then they may, but they have to work in the carnival until they pay off their debts of being an uninvited guest, which is pretty lethal. But they also get to train. They get a fair wage, but not in points. Not unless they perform a successful show. They will be around, but they're not permitted to attack those who are invited. Not without buying their freedom.
What if I attack them?
Well, you'll be harming staff of the carnival. That comes with its own cost. If you have the sufficient points to pay for it, it'll be subtracted from your points. Then nothing happens. If you refuse to pay in points, or can't pay in points, you either go into deficit, which is... Don't go into deficit. That's your only warning. or the consequences of harming staff without being able to pay for it comes with its own consequences. Usually we'll take a hand or some fingers.
Do you have any questions, Poe?
That was 1 point.
For the asking Poe?
No, for
Oh,
your
okay.
question.
Yeah,
Your
okay. 20
Well, while we wait on Poe, I will ask another question. How? My question is, I would like to know how I can get in contact or have them come to our sanctuary uh, for people that are important and I'm bonded with. I know there are two individuals here, Kunimitara and a Midnight Sai, that I am
1
bonded
point
with.
each.
1 point each. Very well. How can I have them? I guess those are two different things. How can they come? And yeah, that is my question. How can I get them to our sanctuary, or to join our team, or something along those lines?
Matara does not have the talent to be a swordsman. They're not built for it. They have proclivities towards axe or bludgeon energies.
Mm.
They are not a sharp, dainty sword. If anything, they would be a buster sword wielder, but that's basically just a honed club with a flat edge or a flat side. They are at the Forge Pavilion.
Ah,
They
perfect.
have an immense value in crafting, smithing. So our blacksmith has taken them on as a disciple. They have the potential and talent to be a direct disciple, but that is a very permanent posting until the discipleship is complete, and then they may begin their journeyman travels to personally hone their craft. They will be afforded every luxury as a disciple is permitted, just not as much as a direct one. You may meet them in three separate instances. One is a prize.
Okay.
You'll be certain instances allow you to either purchase with points the ability to make a single trip and request a forging from the shop, or as a prize from a competition or a show that you have put on.
I know.
Two, sometimes they are allowed to perform what is called rounds. They will be stationed to a sector for a specific period of time, and they make their rounds as traveling salesmen to each of the sanctuaries or groups. And you may spend your points requesting things. You may have them stay for no more than 24 hours, but during that time, I implore you to impress them, even if you know them beforehand, depending on the relationship you wish to cultivate with that particular pavilion. So do treat them as an honored guest. That way they have a good impression of you. And they do get to charge what they think a craft is worth, because what they charge from you is what they earn minus the supplies.
Ah, I see.
So it's very important for them to earn points, because the blacksmith, the master blacksmith of the Sword Carnival, is even more frugal than I am with points. So the only way for them to make any serious amount of points themselves is through transactions.
Mhm.
And the more proficient and well established their name is as a blacksmith due to their craft, the more they can charge, and so on and so forth. So it's business.
Well, wonderful.
The third is actually being able to have free walk of the grounds. Very rare, but you may stumble upon the pavilion during your travels. If you do, well, that's a fated encounter, and so be it. You may entice the pavilion to let you enter and commune with some of the disciples for craft.
Wonderful.
So you'll either earn the right to see them, or they'll come to see you later in the competition if you survive that long.
Good.
Do you wish to know about the other?
Yes, I do.
All right, your Midnight Sigh. They have proficient swordsmanship to an extent that allows them to enter one of our secret realms. We have determined their talent in swordsmanship is impressive. The individuals stationed there are alone. They do not get the benefit of sanctuary. They do not get the benefit of a sword cradle. They do not get the benefit of allies. They are lone swordsmen, and they trundle through space. Space very large. Flying boxes, so to speak.
Yes, I
Like
saw.
comets through the sky. When they get close enough to another flying comet, they gravitate towards each other until they collide, and the rooms connect and meld. And now, one space is two. And the two denizens must fight. You fight until your sword is destroyed or you are killed. The winner takes the other's sword and combines it with theirs. And takes that person's room.
Okay.
The more room they have, the bigger the gravitational force, which means more contestants. And yes, there can be a complete melee where 4 people collide with each other, making a very large room. They're still going to fight each other. How to get a hold of them? You will need to build a sword beckoning effigy. You probably can locate their sword's energy, but you'll need to constantly attune to it, considering that their sword energy will differ every time they win. If you
Yes.
can beckon them,
Okay.
you can spend points, or if you have a sufficient landing room, specifically a landing room, they will be allowed to land their cube, dock with your sanctuary, and be permitted leave. Every one of them is permitted a leave time. Every time they win, they get time on that clock. They can't use it without an appropriate docking station, but they can. They are also permitted some of the greatest and rarest resources. They could exchange that with you.
Well, that sounds nice.
They are our shooting stars, our rising comets and meteors. They are above you, to be very blunt.
Well,
They are going to be, you should treat them befitting their station. If your proficiency in the sword reaches a certain level before a certain time mark, we will provide you with that option as well. The downside being, your prodigious talent in the sword will be missed at your sanctuary. I've seen many a group rely on the single talent of a swordsman, and once we've elevated him to the secret sword realm, that sanctuary falls the next day to assailants because their premier swordsman is gone. So, do you soar and let those below you suffer the consequences of your ambition? Or do you hold yourself back, losing momentum and opportunity?
So, okay. I think that's all the questions I have.
Mhm.
That'll be 2 points. Oh, an afterthought. If you're attacked during the time in which someone has landed and is using shore leave, they absolutely may participate in the melee,
Oh, that sounds nice.
even if it's a test. If I come by and I'm testing you all and you are found sorely lacking, but one of the timing is that one of the talented has landed at your sanctuary, they can also add their weight. The downside is, if they pass you, I need improvement from the last test. It's hard to make up. But yes, if they're in your home during shore leave, they may participate in going to the carnival, or defense, or attacks, or conquering another sanctuary. Once individuals have found out that they can summon these individuals, you may have a blossoming swordmaster on your doorstep because the others paid him a king's ransom to take down your sanctuary. Wealth is its own strength, I suppose. But if you have a connection, a strong one with this individual, they too can be called to your aid and or plans or endeavors,
Wonderful.
if they're
Okay.
willing to aid you.
So, I just want to say thanks for the session, Matt. I'm gonna let the other fellows have any other questions, but I'm done. I'm gonna go walk the Luna girl.
Ah, yes. The Luna is looking at you with just yearning eyes.
She gave me
I
the
need to
growl.
run.
She gave me the growl.
Have a nice walk.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for playing. Thanks for having me.
Yes.
I'll talk to you guys
Fun.
soon.
Okay.
I have no more questions.
Poe, you have any questions for me?
Poe is dead.
How is
Hung
that
with Poe.
done?
Oh, I'm here. I just didn't realize I was muted. Yes, I have questions. I've been, my bad.
Sorry about that.
We'll go with 2 questions. One, what is the Carnival Master's name?
Either you have not sufficient points and never will to know their name, or I won't charge you for it. He goes by Maestro. His real name. You do not have enough zeros behind your leading number to know that.
Understood.
He's put a rather
Um,
silly price on it, so
Fair
not
enough.
even I, as an elder, know him as anything other than Maestro.
Understood.
I won't charge you for that. But you show him the most respect that you can. If you find yourself lacking in respect, do better. Even if it's in the moment. Spontaneous additional respect. Could be offering a gift, it could be bowing deeper, or doing something that you personally think is the highest form of respect that your family has showed, or whatever. There's no better swordsman that I've ever come across in all forms of the sword. Not just swordsmanship, but as a sword scholar, as a sword array master. If it is of the blade, only the sword saint themselves is considered even close. Humble opinion, though.
And for my second question, how does a swordsman conquer a challenging mountain?
5 points.
That sounded disappointing. 5 points.
No, they had to think about it.
That sounds worth it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
5 points for your verbiage. You're very specific. A challenging mountain. 1 point for just beating a mountain. Your choice.
A challenging mountain.
I'm going to start with cut it down. In a single strike, so absolute and so all-encompassing, the mountain has no choice but to be cut, split asunder, and turned to dust. That's the easy answer. But how do you get there? The swordsman, one of their most powerful assets, very separate from a sword scholar, is obsession. It is both a double-edged sword that cuts both ways. It is also the thing in which will uplift you to heights that you have never thought of or will reach in your previous life. It is a tool honed over many, many years. In fact, if you're a bit of a historian and know of a few secrets of the world and the cosmos, it hasn't changed shape. Not really. The sword has been around since time immemorial and before that. Riveth wielded a sword, along with a multitude of other weaponry, but she wielded one. Obsession is the swordsman's greatest asset, but also is the killing edge unto which they die on. Because obsession can also blind you. It can have you take risks you shouldn't. It can make you impatient. But it is also a driver that cannot be met. Find obsession. Become obsessed with the sword. Sword may even become obsessed with you, which also can be equally dangerous in the ways I just described. Use your obsession, but don't let it attach to any of your energies. Your energies must be pure, especially when you are first developing them. Obsession comes later, at least to graft it to something. Once you have developed your sword energy to a proficient level, you'll be able to manifest it. The way it manifests will be determined on how you build that energy. Once you manifest it, study it. Study it closely. Look deeper than you have looked deeper at anything in your life. Learn everything there is about your sword energy. Are there lines? Are there cracks? Is it wavy? Is it dented? Is it pristine, but without an edge? Every single detail of your sword manifested aura will determine what you need to do with it in the later stages. Does it need to be honed? Does it need to be sharpened? Does it need to be hammered out because there's dents and cracks? Is it bent? Does it need to be straightened? Is it infused with deleterious energies such as your poison? Poison makes auras and swords brittle and corroded. Is your sword energy so gosh darn unique it doesn't care? Because you don't view swords as swords at all. Swords are a lie. That's just a stick. You've developed stick energy. Still sword, but swords are lies, right? Once you've honed that, perfected it, then you may continue to build sword energy. Do not ever continue to build sword energy if your sword needs work. If it is not flawless, don't bother. Stay. If I see that you are honing your manifested sword aura towards flawlessness, I will continue to pass you if your strike is sufficient. Sometimes it's in the swordsmanship itself that is lacking to make the sword flawless. There's a lot of work to do. Many reach the stage of what we call good enough. It is not, but it is good enough for them. They will regret this later. Once it has reached flawlessness, then you may continue to build it. Build it until it is so heavy you cannot wield it, let alone manifest it. Train yourself, build yourself, understand sharpness, understand its weight, build your ability to lift spiritual pressure, to handle a blade so sharp it cuts all directions by merely twisting which way the edge faces. Once you're able to wield the sword again, do it again and over until you've reached a wall where the sword is so heavy and so sharp, but you can wield it in one hand tirelessly, but you can't do it any further. You can't hone it or build it upon itself. It's stuck. Then go out and slay the world. Cut everything you can with it. Crush opponents. Take their things. Kill them. Or not. It's up to you. Then you will have stained your blade, but it is so dense, you may choose for it to drink or for the blade to be wiped clean. Once you have killed enough opponents, then you will start to build a killing edge, a bloodthirst, a killing intent. Once that is properly, sufficiently stoked, you will practice the art of killing intent, which we will provide you. The art of killing intent allows you to kill a man by looking at him and willing him to die. A lesser man will, on the spot, as if you've cut them in half without even having to draw their sword. And they will crumple to the ground dead. You will hone it a little bit more, but if you don't have proficiency in it, you will stop immediately. Honing killing intent beyond your talent will have deleterious effects to your future as a swordsmanship, and sometimes honing it too far is not ideal for certain individuals. We will then diversify in what you're good at. We will give you individualized attention on a scale that you may be uncomfortable with. You'll be fawned over, preened over. You'll be given resources similar to the ones I gave you at the start. Those are one of a kind, especially that profound poison. So, once you've reached that stage, you'll enter the study phase. You will study the sword, what it means to you, your journey, what it means to cut down others and kill those with intent. And then we will put you against the environment itself. Kill the environment. Cut it down. You will start with rocks. Really damn durable rocks that drive people insane due to their durability. And you must cut one cleanly in a single strike to progress. We will then continue until you are presented a mountain made of that stuff, and you will cut it. You will hack at this thing until you realize you will not beat this particular mountain, not with your meager talent. Then you will hone it even further. You will practice with an obsession, so potent and so fixated that you will become one with the blade. And with that oneness, you will strike that mountain whichever way you please, and it will cut a perfect line all the way through. And the mountain will rumble and fall, and only in the cacophony of sound and bluster will we know you've succeeded. And then you will cut the sea. You will cut the hurricane and the tornado. You will cut the volcano. You will cut the challenging mountain. That is the end of your test for cutting and slaying the environment. The challenging mountain is not any meager thing. It is bustling with life, or not. It could be a desolate thing where 1,000 blades are planted tit first deep into the stone, where 1,000 swordsmen better than you ever will be have died. You must cut that mountain. In any meaningful capacity, you don't even need to cut it in half. Any meaningful mark of any variety, however desperately you must cut at it, will be sufficient. Cutting it in half. Now that is a level of talent I have not seen in a long time. The challenging mountain is an insurmountable obstacle, and you must be able to make what is insurmountable surmountable. If you are able to do so, you will be potentially selected by either one of the elders, or if the maestro fancies you, a direct disciple.
Understood.
The long journey to cut down the challenging mountain. But if you can cut down the challenging mountains, you can cleave planets.
Sounds like a plan. I have no further questions at this time. Well, I don't believe we can afford any further questions at this time.
You have 17 points remaining. You see, just why that was worth it was what it was worth.
I believe so, and I'm learning how to ask better questions.
That was a sufficient question. A surprising one. A good question is costly, but it is usually, especially if the individual knows well what they're talking about, worth the price. I have cut a challenging mountain in twain. I know what
You're
it's
very
like.
scary.
I am an elder of the Sword Carnival. The only one above me is the Maestro. I have full faculty and authority to do whatever I want outside the Maestro's rule. So, and thank you. I've worked very hard at being very scary.
You do a
know
good
this.
job of it.
Hmm.
You do a good job of it.
I appreciate it. But know this. I am an elder. I am here to foster talent, not crush it and wither it. I don't give out many points, but I give the best answers and resources for the points earned. It should feel, every point spent should feel weighty, like a very potent decision has been made. Keeping those points also should feel weighty as well, to watch your points grow.
I do have one more question.
Very well.
I guess it has a bit of a preamble, but I feel like I've swung a sword over 100,000 times and have begun to understand the sound that a sword should make when swung properly, and yet I can't figure out the piece required to foster my own sword energy. What is that exactly that I'm missing?
Good point.
Okay.
Your master has been teaching you a unique methodology of their people. The downside is that methodology excludes you from normal triggering methods for that type of sword insight, that sword energy. You'll have to graft a methodology using the singularity fighting style with your own sword insight. You unfortunately have swung the sword enough times in the way your master tells you to, But I'm guessing your master also happened to mention that this is not suited for you.
More that he thought that it was pointless to learn how to swing a sword.
This is the bottleneck you have run into. You're going to have a very difficult time as a swordsman unless you find a workaround. You have a proficient new physiology that allows you to form that particular spark. The downside is you need an energy allotment. You can use a sword nurturing crystal, as you are an energy being, to essentially spark it. But remember, it's a spark. Just like you're trying to start a campfire, whenever you use the flint, there's a spark. In this case, the flint is very fragile. Once you get a spark, you need it to catch. Every time you try, you'll use one of those crystals. It'll be burnt out. Find a way. Normally, I would recommend the study of sharpness. The flow of your energies through your body when you swing a sword. That would be a good methodology, at least for you. But maybe not the sharpness, but the sound of sharpness.
Well, I'm currently studying the forms and the sounds that they resonate with.
Yes, you're a sort of scholar, but that's too much dissonant energies, too much dissonant sound. Focus on one singular sound. Cut out everything else. Isolate that one sound and analyze it. Become completely familiar with that sound. Once you have, that should give you your first step. Then, when you make that sound, mark exactly how the energy moves in your body. And do it over and over and over again, like firing pistons in a vehicle. Cycle and cycle and cycle. And eventually, it'll just kick on. That sound will have become memorized in your mind, and the energies that have been turning and churning and turning will continue to churn on their own. That, for you, should be the bypass you're looking for. You may need to make some allotments in your physiology, the way you store and use energy, and make room for this. There might be some blockages or inefficiencies that are making this more difficult than they should be. I'd have to check, but we haven't reached that particular stage of training.
Well, that is a helpful start.
It should be. You've probably been learning many, many different things, layers upon layers. Your normal swing would be sufficient. It's a much higher grade of swing than I see from most individuals. I'm very pleased with how diligent you've been. But the problem actually comes down to your master themselves. They're too knowledgeable, and your physiology is insufficient.
I've been working on that.
Demands. Correct. And that
They've
is
been
fine.
surprised
We can help you foster that. I'm just merely pointing out the current situation.
Yes, and
so
that is what I asked.
Learn that sound. Memorize it. Internalize it. You should be able to hear that sound in your sleep. It should be your favorite sound. Follow the energies that travel through you. Remove some inefficiencies. Build some energy channels. Make the energy flow until it flows on its own. And then you'll have succeeded. If you are looking for an extra boost, use the sword nursing crystals. It should provide you a sufficient kick.
I'll keep that in mind if once I learn the sound perfectly. It still is
Downside
insufficient.
is you have a very nice swing when it happens. And then you have a not very nice swing when it doesn't. You'll need to find a way to increase that percentile.
It appears that I've hit a bottleneck. It feels like I should be hitting more often, but something about the area that I'm in keeps that from being the case.
Seek your waveform sword. Upgrade your training room. It should help you train, to put it
Sure.
poorly.
But I feel like I've progressed past the point that currently feels like it's at. What I'm trying to say is I think that the zone restrictions are a problem here.
That would make sense. 100 points, and I'll provide you with a Zone 1 restriction release while here.
That is worth saving for, I think. It would be an
It'll allow
individual
you to
one,
wield
yes?
that single aspect of yourself, unfettered, at least in Zone 1. While at the carnival, we have protections here against the restrictions, but only here. Once you go outside, if you're still in Zone 1, that restriction will remanifest itself. You'll have to adjust. We all have to. It's a thing we all learn, and why we all hate Zone 1.
Sure. Why do you host this training camp here then?
Well, we're not a singular sedimentary troop. We travel. We will start in Zone 1. There's a plethora of rare resources and opportunities. We also collect a host of monsters. And demon beasts, spirit beasts, mythical beasts, mystical beasts. We collect them. Because how else are we supposed to give you something to hone your edge against?
Or to help forge it harder, I suppose, with the cause.
Precisely. So, we will travel. It's a kind of a big affair. You'll know when we move. Also, as the carnival, we're open to the public. It's not safe, but if you fancy yourself a swordsman, or sword scholar, or any of the other sword offshoots, like sword demon, or sword madman, or sword hermit, you're welcome. Yes. You always know an outsider when you see one, a guest of the carnival. They will wear a little lanyard. They're paid for access, and you should treat them as a guest, respectfully. But as a guest, they're protected by guesting rights. But if they act in a manner that is not befitting of a guest, that lanyard will disappear. And then they're open season for anyone who wants to cut them down and take their stuff. But yes, that should be sufficient in answering your question for now. I will check up on you again on the next test. If you have yet to manifest your sword energy then, I will personally help you ignite it.
I see. Well, I appreciate that you see the value in myself to take the time to do that.
You do. You have sufficiently impressed me with your mechanical mastery of your body at your current proficiency and age, along with a normal swing. That brought me a smidgen of joy. You ruined it by being unproficient in many other things, but normal swing. That is a proficiency I have yet to see. A dedication to the art. Good. Very good. That will serve you well throughout your entire time here. There will never be a point in which it is insufficient. unless it's against myself, one of the other elders, or the maestros, you will need serious swing at that point.
So, that sword that you had us hit, it's pretty durable.
Yes. But it's not that durable.
Oh, it didn't look like it buckled at all to any of our hits.
I willed it not to.
Ah,
I willed it not to take damage from your pathetic sword energy, or lack thereof. That is one of the things you'll need to watch out for. You may be very powerful in a certain capacity, but it's the
But it wouldn't-
sword that is king here.
that makes sense.
Certain things that have better sword proficiency than you can will things into being because they are better at the sword. If they wish not to be harmed by your pathetic sword energy, or lack thereof, they will not be. And if their sword energy is more powerful than you, say you use a sound attack against them, well,
They
the
just
sword
cut it
energy
down.
is the trump card. Think of it this way. The sword energy is the trumped suit. You may use any other suit in the deck, but the sword is king here. Mr. Poe,
Yes.
any further question?
Not at this time.
Very well.
Well, I'm done with my questions too.
Very well. Questioning period has expired. Final purchases?
One last question.
No.
What? You came back?
He just came back right when...
Nope. Expired.
Too bad.
Hold on. We thought you were gone.
That's all good. I was about to say something, and then Matt was like, expired. And I was like, what?
Get wrecked.
Oh, well.
Well, you had walked off with Luna, and I didn't expect